to engage you on.
Well, thank you very much. Let us appreciate the opportunity and the platform that is created by the Competition Commission South Africa to share the views of the community radio sector. And we believe that after sharing these views, through your considerations, maybe we will be able to position the community media sector in a better place. The president of the National Community Radio Forum, Mr. Xola Nozeu, is here to answer all the difficult questions. I'm here for the soft ones. And then we are joined by Tashrik Trubody, who is also going to be answering questions if any questions arises. So, who is the NCRF? The NCRF is an organization which was started in 1993. We were established to do lobby and advocacy work for the community radio sector, so that the legislation that we put in place create a conducive environment for the community radio sector to be able to operate. And over the years, we have been true to our call. We made a number of submissions to different pieces of legislations where we thought that community radio was misrepresented. We came in to say that this should be the position. And we are having 160 plus community radio stations, which in its totality has a listenership of over 8 million. We believe that this listenership is understated. There's a lot more that I think we have, but the only research that is available that can give us a picture says that about 8 million people listen to community radio on a weekly basis, cumulatively. So the structure of the NCRF is such that we have the national office, we have the provincial structures like NCRF Limpopo, NCRF Northern Cape, NCRF KZN. And what happens at national level, we pay attention to policy issues, legislative issues, where we try to influence the legislation. For instance, during the time of COVID, where we realized that under a lockdown level 5, a community radio station will not be able to have their AGM, which is a requirement for them to fulfill the requirements of their license. We made submissions to ICASA so that ICASA can suspend some of those for community radio stations not to find themselves non-compliant in what they would not have been they are doing. Then at provincial level, we try to form partnerships for content, partnerships for sustainability. We would speak to the provincial legislatures, to provincial government. This is where we would go and do the live broadcasts of budget speeches, state of province address, and so on and so forth. In that, we try to build content for the radio stations, but also in the same process, we create revenue for those radio stations. So that's what we have been doing to a large extent. Our members as radio stations, they are working on the ground. They are working on the ground. They do day-to-day news coverage, content from the communities that they serve. And this is from urban to deep rural areas that we cover. And generally, in about a week, there's about 20,000 plus local stories that are produced by our members. And these stories, these radio stations go out there to the spend resources, transport, they spend resources to generate this news. And they take this news, they share it on digital platforms. They share this news also on the traditional forms of radio as we have it. But as you would know, the reason that we are here is to say that with all of those resources that we are spending, we don't see anything coming in. We spend resources to generate news, but there's nothing that comes in to ensure that we continue to do the work that we do. So that's in a nutshell the introduction. It's a bit long introduction, but that's the introduction of the radio sector of the NCRF, where we are. It's quite a relevant platform. It gives voices to the people that would otherwise not have had voice, that have been neglected by the mainstream media. And through community broadcast platforms, they are able to interact. They are able to solve their own issues. They are able to send each other messages, dedications, and build a society through this platform. So what we have seen as a value that the sector adds is the type of diversity that we introduce. Mainly in the past, radio was mainstream and it was owned by few. Not radio only, just media in general was owned by a few. And what we do as community broadcast sector, community media sector, we introduce that diversity of ownership, because community radio stations are truly owned by the communities. The communities are members of these radio stations. They go to AGM, they elect people into the boards, and the board then play the oversight role on a day-to-day, on a time-to-time basis, to ensure that the radio station deliver to its mandate and deliver to the needs of that community. So that's the one area that I think we add value to. The second area that I think we add value to in terms of diversity is languages, because there's a broad spectrum of languages within the over 160 radio stations that are our members, or the 200 plus that are community broadcasters. I've heard with the newspapers when they were doing the presentation that even in newspapers the languages are quite broad. So we cover all the 11 languages of South Africa, and that's the value that we bring in terms of diversity. The second value that we bring in terms of diversity is content. The content diversity comes from different areas. It comes from Malamulele, Appington, it comes from deep rurals in Kuruman and in the KZN Eastern Cape. So we bring that type of content diversity to the mix, and that is the benefit that all these years the community radio sector has been able to add. Well, in terms of the challenges that we think the digital platforms have brought about, and I must be upfront to say that digital platforms is the way to go. We are going there. There's no way that we can wish it away. Actually, it brings to us, it adds value to the service that we provide. But there are a number of challenges being seated in a community media level. And one of the first challenge that we have identified, and we will not go into every challenge that we have listed in our submission, but we'll just emphasize some of the challenges that we think need to be clarified. You know, in terms of revenue, there is a big disparity. We don't know how the maths is developed. We don't know what the formula is. some of the content of this community media projects is simply just being ignored. And sometimes these platforms are just benefiting without providing any benefit to the organizations that are providing them with this content. So it's a one-way street where we go out to generate content, put it in these platforms, but there's nothing that comes back that benefits the radio sector or the community media sector. Am I too close to the mic? Sure. So there is lack of advertising support from these platforms. We also realize that the likes of big tech companies, your Google, your Facebook, your Twitter or X, find a way to suppress our news using the algorithms. So our news sometimes, one of the ways that one would realize is even when you are an admin of the group and content is posted by another admin and you yourself doesn't even see that content. It doesn't appear when you go through your news feeds. So it's one of the challenges, but one wonders if maybe it is a challenge that is posed because at a community media level, we have an issue of skills. So maybe there is a need for skills development so that we are able to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented by digital media. But also another challenge could be that we don't have the technological resources that would assist us to do the type of work that is necessary for us to be able to compete at an equal level, irrespective of where we come from. We might be coming from a small area, but the value that we add to these platforms is a great value. So we believe that we are marginalized in that context, either by lack of those resources, lack of training, but also by how the shares and likes, and because the big companies have got access to bigger markets, they can even know what type of information is directed to which type of listenership, which we don't have that type of research available at our level, either through skills. We don't have that type of skill to generate that content, but also we don't have the type of skills to, or the technological resources to. So it creates barriers for the community media sector. It stops us right at the door from reaping benefits from the digital space. So the trends are such that we realize that there is no way that more and more people are moving to digital space. Our content has to move to that direction. More and more people have got smartphones. They access their news through digital platforms. They access their content either from YouTube or whatever podcast. They access this from digital platforms. So it's no longer a question of whether we can opt to go to that direction. It's an imperative. We have to go to digital to participate there. And if we are not adequately resourced, then we will not be able to participate at that level. Then the other thing is that with all of these movements, we must stay true to our mission, our core mission of delivering content to the communities that are marginalized. And it means that we cannot even ignore the traditional platforms that we have. In fact, there are still people who are, a large number of people who are relying solely on those platforms. So we still have to offer content that meets their expectation, that develops these communities, and we have to meet up with the new demands, which, although it is a positive opportunity, it presents the pressures, the challenges. So how, and at the end, the NCRF will present a list of interventions that we think that must be put in place to assist the community media sector to be able to participate, at least at an equitable level, so that we are able to be seen, our news is heard, people can access our news, and it is not falling under the radar of all the big conglomerates that provide content. In the digital landscape, the battle for advertising is very tough. It's brutal. There are significant disadvantages that we have because the big tech companies, your Google, YouTube, Facebook, and others, they have a vast reach. They are advanced in technology. They have targeted capabilities. And we don't have that type of consumer data that is available to us. And sometimes we think that community media struggle to attract advertising revenue because from these platforms, the news that we provide is only targeting the section of the community that we broadcast to. And while we do that, that news is also not receiving equal treatment when it reaches these digital platforms. So it is only accessed by few. Even if people are looking for this content, sometimes they are not accessing this content. So we need we need fairness in how, or transparency in how our news is being reflected, on how these algorithms work. There must be transparency. The second transparency that we need is how do they calculate the fees that are payable whenever there is advertising revenue to be generated. So there is no transparency when it comes to those type of things, that we would want to know as community media that we are treated fairly, and not that we are providing content and maybe you might get 1,000 rand there, maybe you might not get 1,000, but you don't know even how this things, there's no transparency around it. So there's a dual role that we think that the digital platform media companies are keeping. And the first is that they are giving us access. They are distributing our content, which is good, which is positive. But we also see that there is another role that they are playing, and that is that they are gatekeepers of content. So we are not, our content ends somewhere. It is not received by all. So for community media in South Africa, this means that we need to navigate a very complex terrain of ensuring that our news is receiving the same treatment as everyone else, as others. Because without knowing that, it means that your news can be, it doesn't matter how relevant or how important it is to society. It can just be kept at the gate because you do not understand the different complex inputs that you need to make. Then there is a need for promoting equitable participation of all media companies to address the imbalances that that we have spoken about, and to do that, the NCRF says that we must take the approach of, regardless of the size of the institution, our news must receive a fair chance of either be liked, be shared by the companies, by the markets that we are targeting, and we believe that through that we would then be able to benefit in a great way and prioritize our communities. A foundational step towards supporting community media needs to be established. We propose a number of interventions, and the first intervention is that we need to add or introduce a digital ad tax in South Africa, and the digital advert tax will fund community media for all the profits that are generated in South Africa. There must be a fee that is payable by the big tech companies, by the large institutions. So that amount of money will be able to go a long way in assisting the development of community media, in getting the necessary technology for community media. It closes the gap that is already there. The second proposal that we are making is that we need to create a community media fund, which we believe that if a community media fund is created, it could do issues of training, it could assist with ensuring that the platforms do not die. And that fund could be located at the Media Development and Diversity Agency, where there are contributions that are made, a form of a levy that can go a long way in assisting. And then we have spoken about the transparency in the algorithms and in ensuring that we are able to compete fairly. I think with that, with the digital skills, with the technological resources, we will be able to compete at a more fair level. Those are our submissions. The NCRF would be available and willing to contribute more information should that be needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thabang. I think your colleague online, I'm told, has raised her hand. So can we bring her in to the conversation? And also put her up on the screen, please.
Hi, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I just wanted to, and thanks there to Thabang and the team for for leading the submissions. I just wanted to make one additional contribution, and that is regarding the experience that we've seen by big tech companies in stifling content, which Tabang did in part try to raise. But the one thing that I just want to place emphasis on is the role of companies like Meta in both its Instagram and particularly Facebook, in how there has been a track record of stifling content that doesn't seem to align to some of its editorial policies. Now, that of course is a very subjective issue. One can understand that hate speech and speech that amounts to propaganda for illegal purposes and a whole host of other areas are of serious concern. What we've noticed, for instance, that if for whatever reason there would be reporting, for instance, on, let's say, South Africa's case at the International Court of Justice in regards to charges of genocide against Israel, and the type of reporting on that very sensitive subject matter, there were scenarios in which the social media accounts of certain community media and others have been shadow banned with no proper recourse to try and deal with that. And we think that's a very dangerous trait, because in the face of there being some sort of a regulatory framework to deal with content and what is acceptable and what isn't, I think it pushes the limits on what a company like this is able to determine what the discourse is on their platform. It's also a very dangerous, practice in the influence, for instance, of elections and the type of messaging that one finds on social media. Now, by its very nature, media houses and community media and journalists and newsrooms in South Africa are guided by the press code, are guided by several laws and legislation in this country regarding the type of speech and the type of content that it disseminates. But we do think that subjectively, we've seen an approach here by some of these companies to stifle that type of content without proper recourse. So I'm not suggesting there should be a free for all in whatever is published online, because that clearly there's no an environment without checks and balances. But I do think sometimes these companies do push the boundaries on these things, and I do believe that the commission should be alerted to this, and somewhere there should be a discussion around how does one manage the dissemination of content, and what are the applicable areas in which there could be, for instance, a review of the content, and is there something for a company like that just to determine? So I don't have the answers to these questions, but it is most certainly, I also think, very punitive sometimes when these actions are taken. For instance, an account could be shadow banned for an entire year without any proper recourse. And so when we deal with very sensitive issues such as a genocide in Palestine at the moment, media houses should be able to report accurately on the issues on the ground. Similarly, in the referencing of certain organizations as well, and certain actors, for instance, in a conflict or whatever the case may be, by virtue of reporting on those people without necessarily throwing any support or anything behind it, by simply just writing their name into a story, for instance, that could result in content being shadow banned. And I think that's a very dangerous move being played here by some of these companies. So my submission, and I'll conclude now, to say that I do think the commission, in its application of whether there is reform required for how the symbiotic relationship ought to be, it should also deal with what are the mechanisms that we could consider in how content is aggregated, how content is understood, and what are the mechanisms when, for instance, content or pages are being stifled by shadow banning them. And there I would submit respectfully, please, that be considered as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, excuse me. I think we have just prepared some more additions to what we have already presented as the NCRF. Our SG has actually mentioned quite a lot of problems or challenges that are facing the sector. And some of those, we somehow feel that it's lack of consideration to us as a sector. Like, for instance, all these companies, they do not consider us on their CSI programs. They do not consider us on their CSI programs. In terms of technological development, would feel like it's something that would have actually assisted us or somehow motivate us to be more creative in the local space that we are actually based in. So as community radio, we have quite a bunch of challenges that we feel that if there was some kind of consideration in the sector, at least, that would have been enough. And based on our diverse location as community radio stations, most of our members are based in rural areas. And if you talk about rural areas, people are suffering even to access things like internet and all that. The access to infrastructure is only limited to making and receiving calls in some areas, which is worse, that in such areas you cannot get any type of content or information with such poor infrastructure. So those are some of the issues that would like to be considered to then say, in terms of infrastructural development, especially for rural kids and rural projects, we feel that there is somehow a lot of content that we're losing as a country in areas of that nature, including it further affects their developmental needs as well. No one knows about them because you can't access any information through infrastructure that can only take calls and receive calls. Look, we have quite a bunch of I would say we're underprivileged as community media, and I somehow think that is deliberate. Most people that or structures that work with community radio sector, they targeting us for profit only. Whatever that comes our way, in most cases we funded by government. In most cases we are supported by government. And whoever that brings in some kind of assistance to us, they somehow targeting to make more money out of that. I'll just mention a few. Like I would say Centec in terms of any kind of technological development that they will bring in community media, the prices increases every year. We pay for that. And through that, it makes it difficult for us to sustain our operations. So we kept in the same space. In terms of broadcasting softwares as well, there is no discount. We charge at the same rate as your public broadcaster, commercial broadcaster, if not international rates. That's what I could say. We are charged at international rates as community broadcasters. And we projects for development that actually fits into your commercial broadcasters and the SABC. People make money with our stuff, but there is no investment back to our projects. It further goes with advertising agencies. Advertising agencies that are working in the sector, they only, I would say, commercial industry. They somehow consider us in terms of advertising. But a big chunk of that money, it gets lost where it has to reach advertising agencies. And then when they come to us, they apply a take it or leave it situation. And we're in an environment where we are desperate as community radio stations. Instead of getting nothing, we end up accepting whatever that they bring to us. Solutions like algorithm, we somehow feel that they can, maybe if they consider the sector, they can assist on the side of the research, especially with audience research, because BRC has been keeping us at the same place, and our listenership is not growing, and I feel that it's intentional so that we are not competitive as community media. So we feel like if there can be some kind of focus that is developmental, not based on profit margins, we feel that we can have a lot of something that we can gain as community media. We would also like to propose that these kind of hearings would lead to a bill that will enforce developmental shift instead of focusing on profits, as the Secretary has actually presented here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so it's also quite important that we inform the public about the role of the media and what media. Could you give us a sense of the state of community radio in South Africa at the moment? I mean, in terms of its vibrancy, in terms of its financial viability, what does the picture look like?
Well, I think from 2019, you would realize that there were a lot of fight that we took on to either request the regulator to treat the community media better, but also to the service providers of, like the president said, where Centec switched off, I think, 15 radio stations at one point, and we went to say, these community broadcasters don't have resources. They are unable to pay the fees that are too exorbitant. Government intervened, and those 15 radio stations came back on air. But again, we saw other radio stations being switched off again by Centec. Some of them are still off air as we speak. I had seen a list of about 88 radio stations, community radio stations, that were owing Centec over 40 to 60 million, and that all of those radio stations were at risk of being switched off. Now, if we are to lose 88 community radio stations, we are talking about a sector that is in dire need for help. So while we are competing very vibrantly in terms of content, like I said at the beginning, where we are attracting, even where I said it is understated listenership of 8 million, but we are really doing well in terms of educating our public in staying true to our mandate. But the difficulty is that you find that even in compliance matters, an example would be where a legislation says that commercial broadcasters can submit condonation when they have defaulted in renewing their licenses, but community broadcasters can't. So the powerful can request for condonation, but the weak must die. So it is those type of legislative reforms that we need to deal with in order to protect the community radio sector. In one hand, it is doing well. In the other hand, there are these pressures that can keep it down.
Just to add on that, as the SG is saying, during COVID, most of organizations or sectors received some kind of relief. If you would mention like organizations like Centec, to prove that even though they are government agencies, they are focusing on making profits, especially on community radio. We never got such relief. We got increments instead, which was actually annual for all those years. And after the COVID lockdowns, that's when they started to close us, depriving us any chance of raising profit when the economy is open. So we faced with quite a lot of challenges like that. And when it opened, when the economy is opened, you would find advertising agencies that would actually come to the sector knowing that it has nothing and impose rates, and they would propose added value that goes up to 50-60%. And then you somehow feel like our stations are getting about 40% for what they are supposed to have worked for, something that they own. And these people, they don't own nothing. And you find them with everything that actually belongs, supposed to belong to community radio sector. Otherwise, in terms of development, in terms of technology, I will take our hat off to MDDA for the support that they give us in terms of technology in the sector. We have at least improved, but there are bottlenecks where you find that infrastructure brings all the limitations to the type of technology that you have inside your building. It cannot work for you because the infrastructure does not allow you to move out of your building. So those are some of the challenges and progress that we've made. In terms of content, community radio sector is still very strong. And where there is a community radio platform, it's always a preferred platform. But without all these considerations being made, if they cannot be made, if we cannot be considered the way that we want, we feel that we see no future in what we have presented today. If there are no considerations that can be made, we really see no future for community radio stations.
And you mentioned 20,000 kind of community-based stories that are being done by radio stations. Give us a sense of what kind of stories get done at community level that don't get done by large national publications or radio stations.
Well, it ranges from accountability stories, where during elections politicians would make promises, and once those promises are made, community broadcasters are there to provide communities with platforms and track whether whatever promises that have been made are being followed. It could be that you promise people that you are not going to be corrupt, or you promised people that you are going to deliver water services, and those water services are not being delivered. So it ranges from that, developmental stories, accountability stories. We do a bit of crime stories that we cover and try to even work with the police to see what needs to be done. Bring them into studio as follow-up topics to discuss what needs to be done to address the problem of drugs in this community. Why is the community always aware and the police are not aware? Why? So those are the type of stories that we would talk about. But also we highlight and celebrate the good performances within our communities, those that do well. We cover them in our stories. We don't just cover negative stories. We cover quite a range of positive stories within our communities.
I would just say through you, Chair, that as community radio stations, we positioned ourselves as centers for solutions in terms of covering stories where there is a lack of maybe service delivery or a complaint from at local level. We are able to call the affected parties, the responsible stakeholders, departments, and try to have talk shows where they meet with the affected communities, somehow, and then to come up with a way in which that particular problem can be solved. And we followed it up. Even when it has been solved, we come, bring the same partners to come and report how it has been, to do that, and then we close. I mean, in all such efforts, it is meant, or it contributes at least to eliminate things like strike, banning infrastructure that is happening around. It's something that any type of media is actually doing at local level. So we somehow try to make sure that there is an understanding. Some of the issues you'll find that it's just communication challenges between stakeholders and community members, which actually cause anger. So community radio stations come in to close that gap and actually spread that information, just to create understanding, I would say.
And just to close off on this topic, I think some of the stories actually even start at a community media level before they become national stories or international stories. I remember the story of Baby Tepang in Uppington. I was a journalist at the time. We covered it. Four old men were arrested, later released, but it became an international story about a child who was a few months, who was raped. And ultimately, it's a story that started in Uppington as a local story, but it received the fire up to it becoming an international story.
I think that's an interesting comment, because we've also heard that a lot of the national press have closed bureaus. I mean, even the SABC has closed bureaus in many smaller communities and towns where they used to, when they had more resources, do that. So do you think community media, including radio, can play a role in bridging that as a source of stories that should be told even nationally, apart from the local stories, but playing that almost agency role now?
Yes, as community radio stations, we feel like we have a role to play there. And we also feel that we somehow open for partnerships with bigger media industries, which we also feel that it will be beneficial for them to choose which stories that would fit into their platforms. But at the same time, if those very same kind of stories are reported by our reporters, it means a lot in terms of development of young talent as well. So we feel like we have a big role to play there.
Yeah, and I also think that it is already happening, although not in a formal setting. I think there might be national or commercial broadcasters and public broadcaster that is monitoring the news that is happening at that level through the usage of the digital platforms. I think one of the stories that is recent was a sports story where the referee was beaten up because he did not favor one of the team with a decision, and the people came from the stands to come and beat up the players of the opponent team. So that story, it was covered at a local level, and later it caught the attention of SAFA and everybody else, and we saw it being covered in the public broadcaster. So I think it is being monitored already. There are no formal arrangements, because those formal arrangements may benefit the community media sector financially or even otherwise, by just recognizing that actually you are using this as bureaus of content.
Thank you. And I see Tashrik has his hand
Yeah.
up. Come in, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I just want to raise one or two points around this very important question. At the moment, in communities, there's a big debate about the Bela bill, the bill that's meant to reform the education system and how it's going to function. Now, what seemingly is not being picked up by traditional mainstream media at the moment is a significant discontent within communities about that particular piece of legislation. There's also a role for community media to play, as the president of the NCRF has highlighted, as a stakeholder to try and bridge the gap between communities and those in political power. And because at the moment there's a big sense of fake news or sentiments around this piece of legislation that's not quite accurate, for instance, and their community media plays a significant role in not just sensing that there is this discontent, but also being a platform for where these views are aired and information that is accurate and truthful that is disseminated. But we don't see that level of debate, for instance, even in the mainstream media. Now, if you look at, for instance, and this is just a matter of fact, if you look at Times Live, News 24, for instance, a lot of their content is behind a paywall at the moment. If you look at News 24, a significant amount of their content is behind a paywall. Then you can even go a little bit broader and consider the fact that there's a significant amount of South Africans that don't have data, don't have access to be able to go onto those sites, nor do they have access to be able to stream, for instance, or even reach, for the DSTVs and others. And so community radio has proven over the past 100 years that it plays a vital role as a disseminator of information to these very communities. And be it from a taxi strike to the type of noise we're coming out of Saldanha here in the Western Cape at the moment about a missing girl called Jocelyn Smith. It is community radio that first detects what happens in our society and be able to report on it. And for far too long, not only has there been, the lack of representation in the mainstream by communities or from communities, but one has to take into consideration the fact that the sentiment that you see on social media is not the sentiment of all of South Africans. We've seen this through several polls, through elections, and so on and so forth, that communities and their voices still need some sort of a representation. And unfortunately, to come back to the purpose of these hearings and this particular, these companies that exist like Meta and others, unfortunately, you can't say categorically that the type of trends on these platforms are what is in communities. And so communities, a significant portion of our community that don't quite have access to data, doesn't have the resources to be able to access the information there, but increasingly they are getting there. And the point that I want to raise here is that community radio, there is absolutely no doubt about the pivotal role that it plays as a disseminator of information, as a stakeholder in society, and to be able to facilitate these sorts of conversations. So, to the question earlier, or the suggestion about a tax, for instance, to capacitate community media and the challenges that the president and the secretary has highlighted, there should be a duty among society to support community media, because it is community media where these conversations are being had at the moment. And so with those submissions that I've made about the bail bill, to Jocelyn Smith, to a taxi strike, to the drugs issue within our communities, it is on these platforms where these issues are being ventilated and facilitated. And so I want to say respectfully on this particular point that I do think that when we look at access to information, that it is community media that is of most crucial importance in the disseminate of that sort of information. And so I addressed my comment there. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And I think you made an interesting point, which maybe hasn't come through yet in some of the submissions, which is the two-way nature of, it's not just disseminating information to the community, it's the community's voice that also needs to be heard. And it's heard through community media, and those are picked up. But I think it's interesting the example of a national bill where the debate is very different in certain communities and not happening in the mainstream media. But how is that community then heard? And it maybe is heard through the media. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things as well. Just, I mean, Thabang, there was a comment about listening in or monitoring. And are these stories, do you think, being picked up through the digital side of community radio? I mean, we're going to have obviously the print people coming who also have websites or social media engagements, or are people just tuning into community radio to listen? I'm trying to just understand also the impact of digital in getting, again, the voice out, as well as sharing the voice.
I think both. We've not done, because this is happening, without any formal agreements. So we only notice that it is happening by, and some of the journalists actually would call our journalists and say, we've seen this story, give us more information. So some of them are seeing it through the digital platforms. Some of them may be listening in because they are where we are. And for those radio stations which are in the deep rural, where your SABCs and commercial broadcasters don't reach, I think they may be monitoring through the digital platforms.
Yes, as the Secretary is saying, I think as community media we have opted for digital platforms, which is the most accessible one to our target audience, is Facebook, which is most accessible even to people that have actually less. So the innovation that came with from our reporters is that they would record stories and paste them on Facebook. That is also meant to draw attention to superiors that might be able to assist in that particular situation. And most of those stories have received quite an interesting reviews, and in most cases. So we use digital platforms to take out our content there with the little resources that we have. That's why I was saying that if we can have actually, we can be considered, this creativity can actually grow. I mean, but it's suppressed now due to lack of resources. And and any kind of support in terms of skills that the Secretary has been talking about.
You said you've got 160 members. Do you have a sense of how many of those radio stations actually broadcast in local languages, and whether those local languages then go online also?
Almost all of them. So usually the distribution in the license would say, I'll give an example. In Uppington, we have 4 different languages that are spoken in that community. So the distribution there would be 60% of Afrikaans, 20% of English, 15% of isiXhosa, and 5% of Setswana. But it would differ from the next community radio station. But usually the makeup of languages is reflective of the languages that are spoken in that area. And also in terms of strength as well, how many people speak this language, or how predominant is this language in the area. But I've not come across a radio station that does not have multiple languages, especially in rural areas. You find that most languages in that area. If you have in the northwest, you'll find that most radio stations are Setswana predominant, but then they will have other languages accommodating the other communities in that community.
Online content would also be multiple languages?
Yes, but what we have seen with the online content, sometimes it leans to English, obviously for reasons that, local languages get suppressed, you don't, you want to be heard also. But that being heard, you are unintentionally excluding other communities that cannot speak the English language.
And is that the same between website and social media? Because we have heard that maybe on websites and with Google that the language may be a problem in terms of just getting visibility and discoverability. But it seems on various social media platforms that is less of a problem. So just the distribution of language from your members, is it more English even on Facebook or?
Thank you, Chair. I think firstly, let me try to add on what the Secretary has said. In most cases, would maybe record a clip in a local language and then provide narration in English so that it can get the attention it deserves. As for what you're saying in terms of Google might be disadvantaged by our local language, I think it's some kind of oppressive or discrimination of some sort. How many languages in Europe that you find in all the digital platforms, and you find that most of those communities cannot even express themselves in English. So it further says that in terms of our languages, they somehow been undermined, and there is no way that we can allow such people to operate in your space and treat you with that high disrespect, because that is disrespect in terms of it's a people's language. If I speak Sesotho, I'm a Sotho, I'm a person. So why can't my language cross borders or actually be considered by the digital platform? When you speak German, then it's acceptable. It does not make sense.
I think those are very good questions. Absolutely, and I think I think that even if you're putting in a recording and you have to narrate it in English in order for it to get attention, then it shows that it's not going to get attention otherwise, and so that is, I think, a critically important point for us to consider. I just wanted to go back, just to the points around the sort of news, and we often have this thing about news, and we all have a picture in our mind that may differ. Some may see it as more events that happen, political. But what role? I'm interested in the role of community media bringing people together, and community radio, and the points made around almost solving problems. Do those extend to social issues in the community? So does one pick up, all right, there are certain social issues like drug use or gender-based violence, or that then become topics for community radio to solve as well, or educate, or and there was also a comment, I think, in the introduction more about celebrating or dedicating, or so just beyond what some might think of news. I mean, is that also a role that community radio plays?
Absolutely. One of the things that the regulator expects community broadcasters to do, which is a very good thing, is that community broadcasters must have 2 programming meetings in a year. This is where you go and you listen to your communities. They inform you about what is happening in their areas, what type of challenges they are encountering. And what we have seen is that we are then able to build leads from those type of interactions. But also you are able to know when is what happening in your community, because you have a variety of sectors within your community that attend these meetings, and they inform you about whatever would be happening or their program in health, what are they unhappy about, and what do they intend to do about it. So you are able to now derive newsworthy content, and others you would use them for programming content. But also, we also use social media to get news, because the people living in our areas might post what is happening to them. They might post about their injustices, and we use that content as lead to follow up on those stories and broaden it and engage the people that are supposed to be accountable to say, what are you doing about this? So it's the way we draw news from our communities. It's not just our journalists having ears and the ear for journalism, but it's following what is happening on your social media and seeing if this content is worth to be in our news, then broaden it.
I think it was just sort of mentioned earlier about the sort of engagement around stories on social media, and I'm just interested with that because this latest observation is you're looking at what your community is saying, and your role on, let's say, a Facebook page, or I mean, is there a sense that a lot of your community is following that because you're part of the community and they're looking for news from that, and they're engaging with the content? If you are at a scene and you take a clip, it's maybe quicker than getting it into the radio station, or what sort of engagement happens around social media, around your presence on social media?
I think with social media, we use it mostly to draw attention to our platforms. Like, for instance, if we went to cover a story of a certain story about abuse or something that has happened within a certain area, a breaking story that has happened, we quickly post it on Facebook. And then we further announce the show where much more detailed information and where all the parties would actually be affected would actually be participating. So we use it to draw attention, and again, the comments that are there, they show the seriousness of the issue, which also draws attention to people that are supposed to bring solutions in our communities. So it's very much important. Facebook is cost effective, and almost every community member is using Facebook to announce their own things and all that. So that's the space that we take advantage of as community media.
Yeah, and just maybe to add on that, we have integrated those social media platforms into our programming. For instance, if we have put out a story onto social media and we get responses, people are responding, those responses can be read out on air. So we've integrated somehow that type of interaction into our programming.
And is Facebook your primary social medium for community radio, or are there other important ones?
Facebook is primary on basis that most community members they understand better to navigate on Facebook. But again, for us to market ourselves, we target Twitter as well as platforms, and Instagram. So it's mostly for marketing purposes. We also try to move into the TikTok now, just to give people clips of what is happening around our areas and all that.
Yes. And I mean, the one feature of Facebook is free mode. Do you think that is what's driving Facebook also as a primary social media platform in your communities, given the concerns over, I mean, sometimes the infrastructure is not there, but it's the cost of data and the cost of communication?
Yes, I think it could be one of the drivers. But also I think that's where we find most inputs. Participation is mostly there. And then I think your Twitters are too demanding. You know, you have to monitor your hashtag and every time be posting. So I think maybe it's you need a dedicated person for social media, really, and we can't afford those things. You have to be a social media person and then do the news and then do the other thing because of how limited we are in terms of resources.
I see, Tashwik, you got your hand up again. Do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise, well, yes, Facebook is the primary driver because if you look at also the demographic or the age cohort in Facebook, it's the sort of audience that will be most engaged with your content. Yes, sure, there are some younger audiences that engage, but those audiences are largely found on Instagram and TikTok, and those audiences, if you look at community radio listenership figures, you're hitting in the sort of 35 mark to late 50s, 60s in terms of the age cohort that listens to radio. And so that is the group that naturally you would find on Facebook, for instance. And then also Facebook is the place where a lot of community orientated discussions or developments are placed, and it is there where if you, for instance, publish a story that you've done in your newsroom, that journalist that's meant to compile the news, read the bulletin, and then afterwards update the story, for instance, that is where that content will have a greater and a further reach, for instance. But I wanted to just highlight one other product that is also part of the Meta group and part of the discussions that we're having, and that is WhatsApp. WhatsApp has, in my experience, it has replaced, for instance, the traditional SMS line. I don't know. There's very few stations that still use an SMS line because you need to pay for it for that particular service. Um, Audiences no longer engage in that way. So through WhatsApp, a lot of the conversations and the chatter with communities happen. It is also through WhatsApp that there are several community groups, for instance, that exist. And so if you're a journalist, you're likely finding yourselves in those WhatsApp groups. And so, for instance, I can tell you now in Cape Town, in an area called Blikkiesdorp, just off one of the highways here in Cape Town, there's a protest over at the moment about housing, for instance. So we would detect a story like that on the WhatsApp line, and or rather through these WhatsApp groups, and it is there then that will reach out either to the councillor or to SAPS or to any other law enforcement agency to get a sense of what's happening over there. And of course, if we have the resources then to deploy a journalist to try and cover the story and speak to those communities. Also through on-air shows that allows for interaction with listeners. You have WhatsApp as a primary source of communication in which information is sent or voice notes would be sent. And then, of course, you have the traditional call-in functionality as well. So in terms of focus and what we see, it is the demographics, the age cohort, and then also what is the most easiest medium to communicate. And I'll throw WhatsApp in the mix there as well. Thank you so much, Chair.
No, thank you. And I think what I find interesting in your point is, we talked about in the last few days that Facebook has deprioritized news. But that is a very broad generalization. If you go look at what they've done, is they've said, maybe I'm going to downgrade some of the sort of national news, but I'm going to actually prioritize community news. Because it is about community building, which I think obviously community radio and community print media does. So, if that is apparently the position of Facebook, have you seen that at least, your news is easily visible in your communities? You're getting that prioritization on Facebook?
No, I've not seen that yet. Like I was saying earlier in the presentation, that sometimes you are even an admin of the group and another co-admin posts something, then you don't see it in the news feeds. So I think they may be saying so, but we have not seen it yet.
And as he says, no, it only happens by sharing. When our community members, they share the story to draw attention and tag other people and all that. But on the actual software in itself, no, or the platform in itself, no, there is no effort that you see that your story is actually flying around that community.
And is this the case even if the community members are following your page?
Yeah, we have large groups. We have community radio stations that have over 100,000 members following a group. And then we have smaller ones which have got about 30,000. So the following is not really an issue. I think it's the story being visible, being seen in the... so I've seen that they have now introduced something called follow, that you then are able to spread your story to all the members that are following your group. So maybe that would help. We've not seen the benefits yet.
And look, Meta is coming, so we can also engage them. I suppose I was just interested if you do follow someone, it might appear in your news feed. Then they still obviously filter what they decide to put in. But as I understand your submission is, even with, the followings, I'm astounded. 100,000, that is huge. And even if it's smaller, 30,000, that is massive. But you're saying, as I get your submission, it's not appearing in the news feed. Your example, is that correct? Even though with those followings, it's not in the news feed.
You see, one would want to see each story that you post being able to be received in the news feed. But you find that some of the stories are not easily tracked in the news feed. But I would be wrong to say that all the stories are not seen in the news feed. Some stories are indeed seen.
James, could we shift to revenue? Yeah. So those are large audiences, 100,000, 30 to 100,000 are quite large audiences. Have some community stations been able to monetize their social media presence? Do you have examples of community radio stations that might actually be deriving income from their YouTube channel, or being able to really put together digital strategies that allow them to leverage those audiences online?
I would say there's none, except for marketing events that would actually bring revenue to the station. Otherwise, receiving something directly from the platforms, there is none. There is no recognition like that.
And perhaps, so in terms of the digital strategies that might be employed, is there a variety of different digital products in a way? Are you using live streaming, etc.? Could you speak a little bit about the digital strategies of various community radio stations?
Yes, as I think my colleague Tashrik has also said that in terms of WhatsApp, we use WhatsApp to get information from communities because it's cheaper to just send a voice note and participate on the topic of the day. And it's also, it increases listenership figures. If we take whatever that we see that is posted for attention of the station and then we broadcast it on air. So there are such benefits like that. Same applies to Facebook. People are able to comment, sending through messengers, and then they send messages to the station and all that, and the station is able to read that. If there are urgent matters that are happening in the community, things like traffic and all that, or what's happening where you are and all that, people are posting it on the page of the station so that the presenter can be able to read such information on air. So there's kind of benefits like that that we receive from the use of social media. So it's not all doom and gloom, as we say. We somehow feel that there can be more. There can be more if they pay attention also for developmental purposes to communities.
Yeah, and there's I think a good number of stations that are doing streaming, and those that are doing streaming, there are some that are still using the free services, and others are using the paid-for services. But one has not seen growth in terms of the podcast, the content that we do in the traditional format, then do podcasts and share them into the digital platforms. I think there is space for growth in that space.
and I mean, what you're also telling me, I suppose, is engagement. And that's what social media is about. But people are engaging you either on Facebook or WhatsApp, and through you, obviously, to the community as well. And it's two ways, as well. I see, Tashrik, you got your hand up again. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on this point to say that there's a couple of areas in which one can look at a mutually beneficial relationship. So, if through Google Ads, for instance, if you have a website that has decent traffic, you could sign up to have a generated ad on your website every time people come and visit it. But that again, of course, it's dependent on again, the old story around the resources and having the capabilities to have somebody to be able to run a website that's efficient, updated, and all the time visible and relevant to the communities that you serve. Sorry. So that's one particular option available. Then, if you look at TikTok, for instance, they one would have to stream quite a bit. So then there are a couple of problems there. There's the cost of data to stream, and only once you have a certain amount of followers and you're streaming for a certain amount of time every single day, you then are able to derive funds from there through what's called a creator account or creator finance account. So there's that particular option, and then through Facebook, there's not much return there other than if you want to spend money on Facebook to market your own content. So you can either market your page, you can market a particular post or an event that you're having, but that is dependent on you spending the money. It's the same with YouTube, for instance. You can easily open up an account and spend some money there in order to advertise your product or your page. And so that requires the community station that is trying to pay the electricity bill, for instance, to spend that sort of money. And I think the point that Tabang had raised a bit earlier around some sort of a tax consideration, and whether that is the appropriate approach, one can of course debate in the next couple of months or so. But the point that we're raising is with audiences of 100,000 plus, that community institutions like radio is a significant driver of an audience for companies like Meta. I give an example of my own station, the Radio 786 here in Cape Town. We have over 100,000 followers. There are some months in which we have, and sometimes I cannot believe if these numbers are true, we have a reach of over 2.4 million, 2.6 million people that's engaging some way or the other with the content. Again, it's dependent on whether there were big stories, whether there were big drivers of shares to that particular stories or pages for a particular period of time. So there's a number of complexities. There's the algorithm, understanding the algorithm, when to post, what to post, how to post it, those sorts of things, which, to a certain extent we accept. There are challenges in using and exploiting those platforms to the best of its ability for our own benefit. But that comes again with a level of training and investment into the competence and the resources that community media needs to have. So in short, what I'm saying is that there are ways to exploit the platform for the benefit of communities, but there also needs to be some sort of a symbiotic relationship in that us, the providers of this content and the drivers of this community, to our pages, over 100,000 or so, and looking at the reaches in numbers like that. That there should be some sort of a mechanism built in, that makes it beneficial to the station itself. Sure, it's a great brand builder. It's a great tool with which to exploit to use advertisers potentially on the platform. But there needs to be greater consideration about the way in which community stations can also benefit from the audiences that they are generating to these big companies like Meta and others. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And maybe just a follow-up question I had, and I had it for Chris yesterday, but you say we can debate a digital tax or some other alternative, but the question I put to him, and I just want to put to the NCRF is I mean, if there was a mechanism to monetize in a material way, would that be something that would change your view of social media? And I don't know, Tashreeq, you coming in first, and then we'll pass to the people here.
To be honest, I don't quite have an answer to that, because monetization in some way or the other, is an option at the moment, but it's very complicated. It's not in a way in which you have 100,000 plus followers, or your page is acting in a certain way, so a percentage of that automatically comes to the owners of the page, and that happens to be the community station. Then there's also complications, for instance, around when you start a page. Is this page in the name of a particular individual, and how does one then link, for instance, a bank account of a radio station to that particular page? So what I'm saying is, I don't quite fully have the answer to that question, but there needs to be some sort of an exploration about the mechanism to make it beneficial for community stations. And when monetization, for instance, to come back to the TikTok example, you could argue that monetization is there, but monetization is the prerequisite of it is access to data, access to streaming services, access to the resources to do so. And only then, and once you give a significant portion of content to these platforms, only then do you get a fraction of that back in terms of monetization. So if you're not set up with the necessary skills, the resources, but you have the content with which to do so, then it becomes a lot more complicated. Now, you may say, Chair, respectfully, that is an us problem, but an us problem is a societal problem, because already, if you look at the level at which we are pitching, we are servicing communities here that have been disenfranchised for very many years. And yes, that is a complicated problem to deal with. But if we are driving audiences in that numbers to these platforms, and these platforms earning money off from these audiences, surely there must be a mechanism or the other, whether it's a tax, whether it's a different form or model, but there must be some sort of a way in which the stations that drive these audiences, that they must benefit from that, is my submission. So I don't fully have an answer, and I apologize for that, but I think it's part of this ongoing discussion that we're having.
No, you're right, and I think we had identified, I think, in the further statement of issues that where there are revenue share opportunities, but often the questions that revolve around those are what is taken before revenue is shared, so it's often on net revenue, and then the percentage share, is that fair share or not? But I suppose just to quickly follow up on the issue of monetization, I mean, what if you were able to sell advertising on that page to your online audience, much like you do to your radio audience? Is that an option you've thought about?
Yes, and in fact, we've from my station perspective, and some of the others that I've seen, it's that it's for us, it's us going to a business to say, we have 120,000 followers, we have a reach of 800,000 to 1 million. This is the rate at which we want to advertise, and so if you want to buy a post, for instance, you can buy the post, and we'll post it, and in that way it has been beneficial to stations that have that sort of audiences, and they can sell it in that way. The market also hasn't really moved in that direction, strangely so, even though there's big audiences in that sense. There isn't a significant uptake in that way. The traditional advertising is still on the radio at the moment. But if you want, for instance, to post something really odd, like let's say a life insurance ad, and let's say that post doesn't perform really well because people would see it and they're not really much taken by it. It's going to be dependent on us, for instance, boosting that post. And when you boost that post, you of course need to pay for it. Now you can build that into your costs that you're asking the advertiser to pay, and sure you can make ways around that. But there isn't as according to my knowledge, there isn't a mechanism that deals particularly with the revenue share. And so the only almost traditional or primitive way of doing advertising on a Meta, on a Facebook, for instance, is going to be through a simple company X wants to advertise. You do a post and you charge Y for whatever that is. That is at the moment how it is being done. And yes, that you could argue is of benefit to community radio stations.
Sure. I think, and maybe we are projecting a very calm face, but inside we are frustrated. We are angry. We are angry because if the status quo is to continue, all this that we say community media is adding as value would diminish to a point of maybe non-existence. So monetization is just one area that we are appealing for, that monetize us fairly, in a good way. But for those that would be monetized, imagine a radio station that is still starting to build and they are struggling with resources and other things. It means that they may never get to that level. So the only thing that could assist them is that digital fund, that digital ad levy that we can get and ensure that we apply those resources to develop those communities so that those communities can continue to do the work that they do and then get to a level where others are, because we want to take everybody with us as we navigate the digital future. So the digital tax is still a very important component that must be given attention because it would benefit even those that are not yet there. And maybe lastly on this point, those that are advertising on digital platforms, maybe we need to request some form of transparency from them to see, are they only channeling their advertising budgets to multinational companies, or is community media benefiting? What type of percentage are they providing to community media? Because how can we say that we want to develop community media if it is going to be ignored by large companies with big budgets? They've got R1 trillion worth of advertising budget, but none of it trickles down to community media.
Thank you. I mean, let's talk about advertising. So, and I think you raise a good point. But what is the profile at the moment of who advertises on community radio? And then we can talk about the profile of who's advertising on digital. But who's advertising on community radio at the moment?
It's local businesses, one, but what we've seen with local businesses, it's very small because they can't afford the rates that should actually be paid, and stations try to, in the spirit of developing the local economy, create a preferential rate for local businesses, those very, very basic local businesses. Then you have the national businesses, and that advertising we get through the agencies. There are agencies that have self-appointed themselves to lobby those resources for community media. But what we have actually seen is that there is no industry standard. So one would come and be willing to pay the rate cut of the station, like the president was saying, and another one will come and say, take it or leave it. They want to pay a rate which they want to pay, and nothing would be done to them. They are basically operating these agencies literally from the back of their boot, the car boot. So you don't even know where the offices are. Some of them, they don't even pay the radio stations after booking these campaigns. So an industry standard where maybe we can have a body that gives a license to operate, and those agencies have to abide by the industry standard. You have to meet the standard in order for you to operate. And if you don't meet those standards, at any time the license can be revoked. So that people begin to take community media serious. Because of the money that is spent, we get very little of that money trickling down to community media.
When you say you get very little, is it because of commissions that are taken along the way? So there's a bigger budget for the actual ad campaign, but what community radio is getting is a small portion of that?
That, as well as the undermining of the rate cut. So you'll find that the client has probably paid the full rate cut, but the agency comes and say, no, we're requesting added value, we're requesting you to give us a discount, we're requesting this and that, whereas they have been paid fully. So maybe and this could benefit us at a very local level where boards will be able to monitor, where each agency would then have to publish what type of resources have they been able to pull for the community media sector, and even itemize it to say, for Radio Riverside, we were able to pull this type of resources. For Josie FM, we were able to pull this type of resources, so that we can see, even we empower the boards to say, if the money did not come to the station, they are able to hold the station managers accountable in the process.
Just to add, ma'am. I think what we're talking about is only based on our rate cards. We just don't know how much do they get from their own clients, but the demands that they put on our rate cards, the added value, which goes up to 60%, really doesn't make sense. And sometimes they don't even consider your rate card. They come up with they impose their own rates, which are much more cheaper. So those are some of the challenges that we actually experience. You know, I wish I can see a day where someone can prove us that they are correct, we were wrong. You know, if we can, I wish for that day to come where we can be proven that all what we're thinking about here, as we are talking here, we were actually wrong. With the type of information that can be sourced from these advertising agencies. But we're somehow very optimistic that quite a lot of money that is directed to us, it's falling through the cracks.
It sounds like there are different agencies that will come with proposals for a campaign. Is there a specific ad network for community radio so national advertisers can come to the network to purchase ads from a collection of radio stations?
Yes, we, as the National Community Radio Forum, we are able to negotiate with clients and book space to our radio stations. And at provincial level, we have provincial hubs that are servicing provincial clients. So from that level, we are able to book campaigns and actually do reporting to the clients that work with us. So there are some options available on our side. Yes.
So just to be clear, even with that collective, I suppose, bargaining position, you're still struggling against agencies that would come with a specific price for a campaign and then added value in terms of content, etc.?
Yes, because they can easily ignore us. They can easily ignore us. And this is what happens. A client can dictate and say, because you are charging me this rate, I will go to another person who will charge me lesser. And that person who's charging lesser means that he's going to pay the radio stations even lesser. And those radio stations cannot say no because they need that money. One of the examples can even be in a structured situation where government could procure through the GCIS, but they just ignore the GCIS and go with their own agencies, and GCIS as a result cannot procure properly on community radio stations. But let me shock you. You then find, because people undermine community media like that, you then find a community media institution that is registered for VAT. So it's a VAT vendor. And then an agency just decide not to pay VAT. So what does it mean? It means that that radio station that is registered for VAT must take 15% out of that booking to pay for VAT because it has to remain compliant. We have for the last 15 years or so been speaking even to GCIS to say, why are you refusing to pay VAT? Why? What? Because this is a legislative requirement. These community media projects must go. It's actually just carrying it. It's not even money that is going to reside at the radio station. We are just carrying it to pay it over because we are registered for VAT. But no, GCIS has plain, up to this date, GCIS is not paying community media VAT. So in order for you to participate in those campaigns, you have to lose the 15% that you then have to carry and pay it over to SARS for you to remain compliant.
Have you seen any of your advertisers go directly to Facebook to advertise on Facebook rather than go through you? And is that something that's happening with community media revenue?
No, it's not possible at all. Most of them have stayed with us. If you advertise to community radio, you get the exact market that you're targeting. You get the very same response that you actually. So most people that our clients that had advertised to us had never left. We keep our clients for a very long time. It's just that these challenges that we're talking about.
I just want to pick up on your point about GCIS. I mean, there was a commitment to spend 30% of ad spend on community media. I suppose, as I understood, that commitment was not just that GCIS does it, and they, as I understand, report on what they spend, but it was also a call that a broader set of state institutions also use community media. I mean, maybe can you just inform us of what that policy was and how it has evolved from a government support for advertising perspective?
Yeah, so one of our areas of lobby was to say that community media accounts for about 30% of the total audiences. Why is it that we only see less than 2% when it comes to advertising revenues? And we were lobbying, especially with government, to say that the messages that are coming from government are actually intended for communities. It does not make sense to hear during COVID a message about the tanks that will be rolled out to communities, and you hear it on a commercial radio stations, but that advert is not available on community media. So the 30% was to say, treat us according to the contribution of our audiences. We offer about 30% audiences. give us the 30% of revenue. But it was supposed to have been actualized last year, September. It was not successful. Until today, we continue to receive just less than 2% of the advertising, even directly from government. It's even not coordinated, so no one can tell you how much is government spending in community media as a total budget. What is the percentage that government is spending? No one can tell you now.
But it's not just GCI spend. I mean, your understanding from your lobbying was all government spend.
Yes, because GCIS is just coordinating, so they don't have advertising budget. So they are advertising on behalf of a specific department.
And do you have any understanding why it hasn't got traction and why it's still 2%? Just from your engagements as the representative for community radio.
I think maybe one, political will. We're paying lip service to it. We say it must be done. But I think the recommendation was rejected in Parliament. I'm not certain as to why, but sometime last year, the recommendation for it to be legislated was rejected. And it was said that those departments must voluntarily give the 30%. It must rather be a directive rather than a something that they have to comply with in terms of law. So I think people are still preferring the agencies that we say are ripping off the sector, and most of that money does not trickle down to community media. We don't know why.
I mean, I suppose you could still use an agency, but instruct the agency that 30% must go to community media, even if you didn't use GCIS.
Absolutely.
We've got about 5 minutes left, but I just wanted to very, very quickly ask both of you, and what are the specific challenges that your members are having around digitalization, specifically around monetizing your digital content? I mean, you mentioned a couple of them in your presentation, but I mean, what's the big takeaway for us here in terms of what makes it difficult for your members, A, to get online, and B, to monetize it?
We are navigating a new terrain. So I think the issue of skills availability in the sector is a major concern. It is the one that is holding us back. We can't compete at the same level because we don't understand what we are required to do in order for us to optimally derive benefits from the platforms.
Secondly, it can be an issue that has more to do with infrastructure, which has limitations for accessibility. And I would say as well would be, I'm not sure whether to link it on the issue of skills, the issue of knowledge as well, to then say what can benefit you, what would benefit you if you actually make use of this platform, what are the opportunities available in monetary. So things like that, I think that's what we can say.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point, because, I mean, we also heard yesterday is why invest if you can't monetize? So I think before we wrap up, I just want to go back to the issue Tashriq raised in the opening around, I think, shutting down certain pages over content moderation. And I think it is an interesting question, and one I hadn't thought about, I think, before that comment, in the sense of we've heard calls for better moderation of content. But I suppose the question that comes from what Tashreeq has said is, well, then who decides what the moderation is, and what should be moderated and what should be not? But I suppose what comes through from that is, if media is signed up to a press code, well, then that is a code around, and there is the Broadcasting Complaints Commission as well that you can complain to. So I think, Tashreeq, you posed a question, but let me throw a question back. I mean, should it be that media is somehow flagged or identified that has signed up to the press code, and if it has, then there is no need to have external moderation of the content, because we as South Africans are moderating it, in the sense of if you violate the press code, then there will be consequences in South Africa. So just to hear you quickly on that, Tashreeq.
I think, Chair, the issue that I'm raising as well is what is the mechanism by which these issues are flagged? What is the ability of a community station, and not just community, any party that uses these platforms, what recourse do they have when, for instance, a page is shadow banned? So what Meta and Facebook will do in particular is, either your content will get a direct flag and say, this goes against their standards, and you can then seek to appeal it. And in most instances, by the way, when you appeal, the appeal can go into your favor, because you are the subject of an algorithm that determines your content to be problematic. So if you flag a name of an organization that is not palatable, for instance, to some countries, and that organization is key as a party in whatever issue you're raising, whatever story you're covering, then suddenly automatically your page could potentially come under some sort of scrutiny. Now, I believe that if you are labeled, and I would submit that if you identify as a media house, there should be a little bit more latitude in understanding what role the page plays. It's not just some oak deciding to talk about one particular subject all the time, or a particular group of people or entities, whatever. That sensitivity must be given to the fact that your business is the dissemination of information. If, of course, it is proven that this is a hate speech, a post about hate speech or anything like that, then absolutely that should be flagged. But what is the recourse is the point that I'm also highlighting here, because I know of instances where certain community radio stations have had their pages shadow banned for an entire year as a punishment for a crime that many said that they've not entirely committed. It's purely them reporting, for instance, on a particular entity or a grouping that may again not be palatable to some. So what I'm submitting, Chair, is that while yes, there are, when for instance you have a post that's flagged, you are able to seek a review, and sometimes that review can go in your favor. I would submit that this issue around shadow banning of content needs greater attention. And I also think that it can be used very easily to stifle not just freedom of speech in this country, but talking and reporting on issues that may well be seen as sensitive. And so, to give you a very clear example, that if you report on Palestine today, which is the biggest international story at the moment, there are times where we have to write Palestine, instead of using the A, we use the at. And so these are ways in order to get around an algorithm that will just automatically decide to shadow ban your page. And so I think greater levels of accountability for these companies must be applied here in how they decide to stifle information. And I don't know how it works. I know Australia tried some sort of a model when it comes to the financing aspect, but I do believe there should be some sort of a mechanism in South Africa, since this is a published to a South African audience in the main, that there must be a mechanism by which one can arbitrate when, for instance, a page is shadow banned or content is shadow banned. Because many times you think you're able to post, but your content is just not reaching the 100,000+ followers that you're having. You went from getting likes of 400, 500 likes a day or shares to virtually nothing. And so while there are individual posts that you can appeal, it is the shadow banning of content that I think is highly problematic. And in fact, I believe could be in contradiction of our own regulations. And so I'm not saying by virtue of you being an observer of the press code that you shouldn't be subject to that level of scrutiny. Instead, I'm arguing that these companies like Meta and others should be held to account when they choose to decide to shadow ban content. Because what are they going to shadow ban tomorrow? MK as a party? I mean, I'm not saying I agree with the party, but it is the right of media houses to report on that party. And that's the point that I'm making. That party, like any other party, if they're allowed to participate, in an election, they should be allowed to do so, or any other party or entity for that matter. And so what I'm saying is greater control over these companies that shadow ban content, and they must come and account for why they do so, and what are the mechanisms to appeal that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think it is an issue that hasn't come up. And I think you raised interesting questions around. I mean, our freedom of expression and constitutional right is also the right to deal with topics that are not hate speech, that we moderate anyway through the press code. But the question is, for some external to then moderate it in this country, does that undermine our own freedom of speech, just because that entity may find it objectionable? But that's not objectionable in our country. So yes, I think I just want to thank the NCRF for not just coming today, but the effort that's gone into the submissions. I think we found those were particularly useful. They fleshed out a lot of issues and dealt with our scope. But I think this conversation today has given us a little more depth and understanding. And obviously the importance that community radio plays in those communities. I think certainly for me, and I know the size of the audiences and the reach, and also the type of important issues that are picked up there in those communities, that some may be of national importance, but all are of community importance, that it's essential that the community media also survives, and not just survives, but thrives as well. So thank you for the submissions. I think it's been incredibly helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, and we're going to just take a 5-minute break, then we switch to Naledi News, and so we'll come back in 5 minutes. Welcome back to our second session of the morning, but it's now afternoon. So for this second session, we're joined by Ananias Ndlovu from the Naledi newspapers. Welcome, Ananias.
Thanks, sir.
I believe you're going to make some opening remarks, and then we'll have some questions
Okay,
for
yes.
you. So please go ahead. You've made submissions and you've had meetings with the inquiry team, so you're welcome to speak through any of the background to Naledi News and then obviously some of the issues you face.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ananias Ndlovu. I'm the publisher of Naledi newspaper based in the Northwest, distributing in Bujanala district, and we are based in Rustenburg. It's a small-scale community newspaper addressing the rural communities in the Northwest. I've been in the media industry quite some time, more than 20 years, and I can say my love for digital media started in 2011 while I was working at Wits University. And I attended a course called Radio Goes Online. And that's where I was told and taught that we must digitalize things now, from now on. And what I've learned there, I said, oh, wow, great stuff. I'm taking this to the Northwest. And I've been a community media guy for quite some time. I've worked for, obviously I was trained by the best at Sour Street. And I worked for the Daily Sun. And from there, I concentrated on community media. I started my own publication, Naledi News. And it's not easy, I must say, it's not easy to run a community newspaper. Some of our colleagues shut down. After COVID, it was worse. It's a struggle. I'm happy and delighted. That's why I'm fully participating here, because I think this is long overdue. We should have had this inquiry a long time ago, but I'm happy it's happening now. Because digital migration is where we are going now. And imagine running a community newspaper in a rural area where we only rely on 2G network. So I used to tell people like to tell us, or people in the rural areas, we don't have network. No, we do have. I used to say that's an insult to rural communities, because I think most of the households have WhatsApp numbers. They use WhatsApp, and you cannot WhatsApp without a smartphone. So it means they are using smartphones. So if they can WhatsApp, then they can access Facebook, they can access TikTok. We see videos from rural areas. So it's just a matter of the speed of the internet. We are not in Gauteng where we've got 5G and all these things, but we do have access. And so people, they do follow us on digital platforms. It's just that with unemployment, poverty, and all this thing, what do you choose? To buy data or loaf of bread? And that's where Naledi News comes in, because we distribute in rural areas. That's where, and it's a free copy. That's why we say, if you can't go digital, then we have you covered here. And we distribute, you get those news. But we also say, move with times, because everything is digital, and digital is easy and is more convenient for most of us. So running these publications without advertising revenue is very difficult, because we are competing with big guns, and it's not easy, I must say. We do have white-owned media houses that are community-based, and they are also like taking away everything. And when you compete like I'm in Rustenburg, you compete with Rustenburg Herald. The paper's been there for 100 years. How do you compete with such a big giant? And when you go to advertisers locally, they will tell you, no, we've got contracts with these publications, we cannot add another one. You'll try to justify it by saying, but me, I'm distributing in rural areas. You are not distributing in Maboloka. They are not distributing somewhere in Lekhabile, but I do. They say, but the contract is the contract. You go to government, it becomes the egg and the chicken who came first. They will tell you, guys, you are not consistent. We cannot advertise with you. If you are saying your paper comes every week or twice a month, it must come twice a month. But how do I spend 10 to 15,000 printing a newspaper without a single advert for 3 months? Obviously, I won't survive. And we say, advertise, then we'll be consistent. No, they say, no, be consistent, then we'll advertise. Then it becomes a problem. So most of the guys, we normally, like when we just sitting among ourselves, we'll say, ish, this mushrooming newspapers, when it's time to advertise, they're also killing the industry. Because you get to find out in this January, February, State of the Province address, we know there's an advert, and it goes to the budget speeches. The MEC of Finance today was tabling the budget speech for a province. We know they are going to advertise. All the departments will do that the next month in April. Then they will advertise. Then it will be quiet until it's June 16. Then NYDA will throw up something. It will be quiet. August again. Women's Month, at least something might come up, and it will be quiet. Transport Month in October, then at least something will come out. Then it becomes quiet again. We'll wait for the World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. So we know when these guys will advertise, and some of our colleagues will wait for those moments. They won't print all along. They'll just wait for that moment to come. But we at Naledi News, we decided to do something convincing, because they were telling about consistency. We said we are going to print Naledi, we are going to publish Naledi News every week to show them we can. It's just that revenue is the issue, but we can publish the newspaper every week. So what we do, we produce a digital copy this week, we print the following week. The other week is digital, then we print the other week. So we become consistent. You see us on daily basis, not using the website, but the PDF copy itself. You see it every week. And again, you see us on our website, daily basis, breaking news stories, all these things. So we try to be more visible so that advertisers can see us, but still, it's a struggle. Still, it's a struggle. It's not. I must emphasize. It's not easy to run a community newspaper, especially based. You say when we are in urban areas in Pretoria. I know there is a struggle, but I know it's not that much compared to what we are facing in those rural areas. But we are there. We've been surviving. The newspaper was established in 2009. And it went down until 2016. And since 2016, we have never looked back. Yeah, thank you.
And yes, for the purposes of our audience, won't you give us an idea of the kinds of stories that you write, both online and in the print edition?
Yeah, what we do, I'll start with the print version. In the newspaper, we used to write any human interesting stories, but what we have realized is that people, they don't pay more attention on them. Then we shifted the focus and we said, our lead stories, let them be political. And when you say CFO was fired for spending 154 million then people get attention, and you see with the remarks on social media pages, people start to respond and all those things. When you say executive mayor of this municipality is suspended for doing 1, 2, 3, people pay attention, they become interested. But when we say here's Nyakalo Bakery making waves in Tlhabane, a young entrepreneur, a woman is making, but it's Nyakalo, they put it there. But when you can come up with a story saying the councillor misused Nyakalo's money, then it gets more attention. So we decided to go with the lead stories politically, and they give. But with the online stuff, we do anything. Human interest stories, profiles, we do anything, and we want more because all of our stories are Northwest based. Because we believe in our paper, in our news website, there are Northwest based stories. If we believe in this thing, if you want the story about Umapisang Ngakula, then you know where to go. I'll go to Power FM 702 or I'll get that story. But we don't have means to send a reporter to Bloemfontein to cover Thabo Beste's story. So we don't want to rely on News 24 for those stories. We create our own stories. And that's what is trying to keep us relevant, because you go down to the hardcore stories of local communities.
To be clear, when you say you cover politics, it's really about keeping local leaders accountable, and the content is really focused on what's happening in the greater Rustenburg community that you cover.
Yes, it's true. And it helps a lot because it keeps us relevant, and we hold them accountable.
And those stories that you cover are not likely to be seen on national media that get sold in Rustenburg?
Some they do go to get the chance to be on the national media, because like maybe we say Rustenburg now, as we speak, we don't have water. We are water shedding. And the municipality will call a press conference. Obviously, national media will come and pick it up. But we'll cover the story before they call the press conference, because we go to those people, we check those buckets, there's no water, and we'll ask them, we don't have water, where is water? And we give them pressure until maybe they try to decide, oh no, let's do something about this. So some of the stories, they do get their way to national, but some will just say maybe the municipal manager of Bojana has been suspended for days. It's just we just heard from our sources. Then we go there, check the municipal manager, we check the municipality. Then we put the story there, we break the story. We are the one who's saving that story. We won't have it anywhere else. And after that, people will start sharing it, and people will start picking it up, and you'll see it nationally. But we have our own sources who give us exclusives. But we also we know if we've got this story, then it will go to national.
I mean, maybe just to pick that up, because we have heard community can hold, local politicians to account, and even local businesses. I mean, are there other examples where your interventions have resolved or solved issues for communities? So, I mean, you take the water, it may, is it that your pressure forced the council to have a press conference and start to deal with the issue? So I'm just trying to pick up your ability to hold local politicians to account and local.
We do, and not like local municipalities only, even the provincial government, because you see, I don't know if you can recall the no pothole story from the Premier, who said there are no potholes in the Northwest, and we had to force him to admit at some stage, and we were there. I remember not budging, telling him, Premier, tell us, here we are as media, tell us really we don't have potholes in the Northwest. and we push because we engage. Sometimes what they normally do, the communicators, they will just do the gatekeeping. When we want this MEC or this mayor, they will just throw things around. But now, what we do, they will call us for an event, something else, and we'll just break this story on them. We are not going to talk about the blankets you are giving to older people. Let's talk about maybe, for example, the water now. People don't have water, and you are giving us blankets. We are giving older people blankets. So we forced our way through to these politicians, and they do account, they do listen, because there is one thing we have realized: when it comes to local media, sometimes they don't take us serious, and they maybe think, this Ananias is Naledi, he will write how many readers and how many people are following him on social media, so they don't take us serious. And that makes us very persuasive when we approach them. We want to make sure that we are media. You must take us serious. My two audience, they are very important to me because I must inform them every time. So whatever I'm asking you, I must get answers, and we demand answers, honestly.
And maybe just related to that, are you finding that people in your community are coming to you to solve their problems because they think you have a voice or you have influence, or?
They do. Some with big documents. You'll remember in the Northwest, I'll give you an example. There are chieftaincy crisis. People are fighting for chieftaincy, who's the rightful king of this particular. So you'll get people coming with documents, or the rightful chief of Bataungba Lele in Maboloka is this one. I've got these documents. I know if you can go into public with these documents, people will know the truth. You'll go and know. It's Bakhatla in Marula, the very same. You see, this guy is the rightful king of Bakhatla. The people will come to us, and they have a trust and believe in us, because some of the things, as Naledi news, we shy away big time from fake news, because fake news sometimes it will make you do things that you are not supposed to do. Whatever they say, we used to joke about it. If you don't see us publishing it, it might be fake news. So if you see us publishing it, I believe in it. So people, when they come, they know, or no, these guys can at least be our voice, and we do become their voice.
And just the resources to do that on behalf of the community. I mean, because you've just raised this issue of fake news, or also piles of documents. I mean, are you having to spend time, in a sense, investigating to get to the bottom of, or the verified side of a story in your community?
Honestly, not all of them. Not really all of them, because some we tell them that we cannot, you cannot use us to fight your own battles. So you get this MMC, who's been the MMC and for 10 years. When they fire him, he comes with these documents and say, "No, you see, I want to expose this corruption, but you've been part of this corruption for the last 10 years. Why now?" So we don't like really entertain such, because there are things that we don't have resources, we don't have manpower to pursue other cases, and we just check, and we want. I must say, easy to get. We don't want this thing that will need at some court orders. We can't even go there. If you come and say this thing, if we need, we must come and write to SANEF, say, please assist us. They are refusing us information. We need access to information. We don't have time for that. We refer them to big guns. I've got my contact at City Press. Take this thing, call this guy. They will assist you. Those they have resources. But when are small things, like I remember there was this incident where a child was knocked down by a car and she passed away. And the mine contributed something. And instead of the people who were representing the family taking the contribution to the family, they just chow it. And someone came to us, guys, can you find out whether the mine paid these guys or not? And we started, no, it's an easy thing. We can just call the communications at the mining house and ask one question or one email can give us an answer. And we did that. They answered, no, we paid this amount. And the family didn't get anything. And we had to go to those guys, what happened to the money? And they started running away. So these are easy investigations that you can do without doing it in the office, without spending more money, more time on it. But when it comes to we can't do it, and we really tell these people, no, let me refer you to somewhere else, because we can't. We don't have resources.
And I think that last comment it's a resource issue. So do some of those not get investigated because City Press is not interested and you don't have the resources?
Yeah, so sometimes they are left there because honestly, like I remember the one story. This guy was complaining about not being paid by one of the mines, yes, and he was working in Klerksdorp, and we were just saying we need to spend time in Klerksdorp a week or so. So we'll pay for accommodation, we'll pay for all these things. So we don't see it deemed to pursue. Then we just say no, thanks. We can't assist here. Because, but if we had the means, why not?
So, Ananias, you publish in English and Setswana?
Yes.
And on your website, I mean, so you print 1 week, you publish on the website, I would imagine constantly, but your edition comes out online once a week. And you restricted your printing because of the costs of printing and because the advertising isn't that regular. Do you have advertising on your website?
Yeah, difficult one. We tried to. We do have formulated a rate card for online, but most of the clients, they are not interested. They believe in print. So what we did, we saw a gap where small businesses, they don't have like the social media pages. Then we managed them. Instead of them advertising on us, we create Facebook pages for them. Then we advertise their Facebook page, for example, or we handle their Instagram. Because we were laughing at the office last month. We had a very ridiculous special. We said, advertise with us for a year, for 1,000 rand. For a year. Unlimited advertising for small businesses only. Guess what? We only got 2 advertisers. Can you imagine? That is a ridiculous special. Because for the whole year, we are saying, no, it's digital. And we've got the paper. We'll just give you a quarter page on a newspaper. We'll just, when we feel like taking your ad, put it there. And so when you go and ask people why not, they will tell you, we don't have money. That's number one. And on that special, you get big companies saying, we saw that special. And we want to, but guys, that's not meant for you. It's for small businesses. That lady in Tatlaganyano who's selling whatever is selling, or that pub somewhere, the saloon, whatever. We are targeting those. We are targeting those guys. But you'll get. Which party, Forum for Service Delivery, calling us? It's a very big political party saying we want this special. And so no, but we can't give it to you. It's meant for small businesses only.
And I mean, you're using Facebook and WhatsApp to drive traffic back to your website. Could you speak a little bit about the way you're using Facebook in terms of your engagement with your audience and sharing of stories on Facebook?
Yes, based on where we are based, we are using Facebook a lot because we tried X. People are not familiar, our audience are not familiar with X. At least Facebook, yes. So what we do on our website, we have links. After sharing, publishing the story on the website, we share it on our Facebook page, Naledi News. After sharing it on our Facebook page, Naledi News, we share it on other groups, local groups. Like you'll get your Rustenburg business advertisers, you share it there. You know they've got 40,000 followers. You share it in various groups around. So then from there, we know we use WhatsApp as well. We've got WhatsApp groups, and we share it on WhatsApp groups, the links. Then on the website, the traffic will see. Let's say maybe we've got 100 people who viewed that story. After sharing it, in most we share in 20, 25 groups. If every story we publish. So when you check, you get from 100, and in the evening it's 250. You can see at least we pushed some traffic to the website, because when you want to read that story, you don't read it on Facebook. You just press the link and it takes you to the website. So we drive people to the website. So we just put the headline, the picture, and just a little bit paragraph on top there, telling you what the story is all about. And after that, you click. If you want to read the story, you click there, and it takes you to the website. Then that's how we push and engage.
And do the Facebook audiences talk about the story online? I mean, when you post a story on different groups, do people comment? Do they share it? Do they come back to Naledi and give you more stories, more information?
They do really. Some they comment, some they share, and some they give us a story on top of that story. So it depends. One thing on Facebook that amazed us, we put a video. And I was checking it on Facebook before I came here last night. I didn't see it. That video, it was about a Nyaupe boy. So the interview we did with the Nyaupe boy, it was, how do they smoke this thing? And we sat down with him, just taking the razor, the Nyaupe, telling the mixing it, smoking, how they smoke it. And on YouTube, it reached, within a week, it reached 200,000 views, and they put it down. They said it's against YouTube policies and what. But it sticked on Facebook until it reached 20 million views. And 20 million views. We were shocked. Because even people who were commenting, it went viral even outside the country, because you can see the Arab writings, you can't even read the comments. So, but you'll see what they are commenting on, you can't even tell what they are saying. But it was shared all over the world. So, it showed us, and we said, no, if we come up with such stories, it means we can get good audience, even if we're a community media. If one piece of interview with a Nyaupe boy can reach 20 million views, and I think it's more than 20. I wanted to check yesterday to see how is it going. I don't know whether they saw the inquiry and put it down, or I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'll look for it again.
You said that you also had a YouTube channel?
We don't have a YouTube channel. What we do, I use my personal YouTube channel, because one of the things that we generate revenue is to do the live streamings. And so when we do the live streamings, mostly we do it on the client's pages. If they don't, I can use my own. But mostly we encourage them, give us access to your YouTube channel or your Facebook page, then we'll stream that thing live there. So yes, that's what maybe keeps us going, because we do get clients, especially government. If government functions, they do trust us with live streaming. So it keeps the paper running. Because so sometimes, depending on a newspaper on its own, we could have been closed a long time ago. But because we are trying other revenues, then we survive.
So you're not making money from selling the advertising during live streaming. You're making money from selling your journalistic expertise to do a live stream.
Yeah, no, with live streaming, we do advertise sometimes, but it depends whose live streaming is that. Like maybe we are having the Northwest Media Awards. We are the one who are coordinating them. So during the awards, we tell the partners and the sponsors, give us your videos, then we advertise there. But when it comes to, if it's a Competition Commission live streaming, we cannot just come and bring some advertiser there. But we don't. And one thing funny and something I like about this live streaming, it comes to what we are here for. When the music plays, Mando Zangalagata, it's a function and it's a break. We are live streaming, they play the music, the DJs. They can shut down our live streaming because of that. And that's where we say, but this artist must be paid. Why can't they allow this thing to be played? And YouTube, they pay them for that artist because they played the music played on their channel. So it was an argument that we had with some of the colleagues, say, but we must push these guys to pay for such things, because of they will send you a message warning you that you don't have a copyright to play that music. But it's a South African music, why not? So if you continue with that live streaming, they will shut you down.
And Anias, I just want to go back to your Facebook. I mean, the 20 million is impressive, but on an average week, first of all, what sort of follower numbers do you have for Naledi News? And how much sort of engagement do you typically get on a weekly basis?
It depends on the stories. Like I said, human interesting stories, they don't give us that much for followership or people following the stories. They don't. And when you come with stories that we normally try to shy away from, a beaten thief somewhere, then if you post something like that, then the traffic, it goes crazy. But like when, like I said, you put that Nyagal with the cookies, you'll get maybe 1 share, 2 shares. You see, we don't get a lot, because sometimes Facebook will send you the reviews in a week, saying your story engaged so many people. So you only find out you engaged close to 1,000 people, sometimes less, 500, 400, less. But sometimes it can go to 10,000, depending on that story we did. So it varies, and it's from small scale to like big numbers. So it depends on the story. And we don't want to change, like to go to hardcore news stories where we just neglect our responsibility for community upliftment. So we have to engage those stories, and they don't give us audience, honestly.
But Facebook gives you a weekly report, you say, on...
Yes, they do send us some weekly reports and reviews.
And why do you drive the traffic to your website rather than putting, let's say, your full story on Facebook?
The big idea is advertising, because we wanted people to see adverts in the website. Because if you can check our stories in our website, between the stories we do have some adverts, but now what happens is if we get an advert from Madibeng and we are printing tomorrow, as a Friday, we can put it and we are running this story on the website now, we can put that advert. So, funny enough, we're not charging them. It's just to create that impression that you can see, we can advertise. So, if you see Madibeng advertising here as well, you can do the same. So, it's just to create that impression of there's a space for advertising. So, we are bringing them there just to see even the traffic, because people will also ask you about the traffic, how many people are visiting your website in a daily basis. So if we don't we have a website without any traffic, then advertisers, we must forget about it.
And why can't you do that on Facebook?
We do. So sometimes we just throw in an advert as it is on Facebook. But like I'm saying, it's just for us to lure and recruit other advertisers. It's not to say we are making money from it. Sometimes we do have, but not in many instances where a person say, push this thing for me, and I want it on Facebook. We do have some people who will do that, but it will be something like, how much are you charging us? And we'll say, give us $4.99. We'll just put it for a month. We'll push it on for a month. So digital, honestly, the money is not there yet. I don't know if we can make up other plans, but it's not there yet.
And it was, I suppose we've been hearing about ad tech and all of that, but putting your adverts on your website, do you just do that yourself, or are you using advertising technology like Google AdSense or Google Ad Manager?
No, we don't. We just do it ourselves. We just do it ourselves, because I remember last time we attended an AIP workshop somewhere in Mafikeng, and it was raised a point like that. And that's where we realized, and it's one of, on my submission, one of the things I've stated, we don't have information. So you'll hear, we are doing this, but where are you doing it from? We don't know. Until you attend those workshops and do we have something like this? You don't know. I'm based somewhere in Rustenburg there, and you are doing it in Joburg. So I won't have access to it until you come to Rustenburg. Because even if you can say you'll Google it and check who's doing what, these technological terms, they will frustrate you.
And now you do know about it, though. I mean, what's the barrier to getting it set up and trying to sell your audience?
None. If we know about it, it's doable, we can do it.
I mean, knowing about it is a good starting point, but just for a small organization like yours in Rustenburg, what needs to happen to get you not only online completely, but making money out of it? I mean, what needs to happen? What kind of support do you need, or what needs to change in the market for you to actually be making money out of your website and your social media? From the content, not from the related products, because you're obviously sustaining your content with all the other activities you're doing.
I think the most important thing is to stay relevant, because what we try to source out there is good quality stories, and that are relevant to our audience, and that keeps us at least moving. Because we know if we've got relevant stories that are relevant to our communities, then we drive traffic to our website, so we create followers on our socials, and I think that will help a lot if we stay relevant. But still, You can come up with good content, good everything, but if the support is not there from big corporates, if support is not there from businesses, if support is not there from government, you'll still be there with good content without any revenue.
Can I just go to that support? I mean, local business doesn't have money. I mean, how much support is there from corporate? You did say that in Rustenburg itself, it's going to the Rustenburg Herald, not you. But, I mean, broadly, is there any corporate support? And from whom and why?
Yeah, I must say thanks to MDDA, because in 2022, we were funded by MDDA. And that helped us to be consistent, because we are struggling as well with consistency. And at least after the funding, or during the funding, we've managed to convince certain clients, like imbalances. And they started to pay attention to our newspaper, and they started to advertise. And because we're consistent, the day we promise the paper, we deliver, no matter what. So we started to get that confidence from Impala. We started to get confidence from other retailers, small retailers around Rustenburg. So it helps. It shows if we can keep that consistency, we can woo other corporates as well.
And government, because you had said that many papers almost follow a political cycle, if I can call it that, of State of the Province address, the MEC budget, and other events. So is that support there from government? We just heard from NCRF, they felt that it wasn't. But what's your experience?
The support is there, and it also goes with the relationship you have with certain government departments, because we fight a lot. We fight, and you'll see. I used to tell them, guys, I won't give you a call when I see this advert in another local newspaper in Rustenburg, and I see you advertised here, and I won't call you and ask, why didn't you give me that advert? That I don't do, because you took a decision as a team in communications that we want to advertise, and we've got Naledi, we've got Platinum Weekly, we've got Rustenburg Herald and Rustenburg. We've got 3 publications, and you advertise in Platinum Weekly and Rustenburg Herald. You leave Naledi out. You have your own reasons that I won't demand. But if you see the value of our paper, you'll call us and ask for a quotation. But if you don't see the value of our paper, you won't advertise on it. I won't say we can be a big players like other competitors, but at least we know we've got our audience that we can get. So government, other departments will advertise, others they won't, others will advertise. Some, like there is this thing of agencies. Some municipalities, they've appointed Gauteng-based agencies. If they want to advertise anything, and it's a 3-year contract or a 4-year contract, 5-year contract, they will say you advertise in these 2 newspapers only. Whatever advert from us, it goes to these newspapers. I'm still questioning that while the contract is getting to an end next year for the Rustenburg local municipality. We want to be in. And Moses Kotan, yes, they've listened. We are in now because they added us as another newspaper. So these are the challenges we fight them every time. So, but if you say these guys must advertise here for 5 years, what about us in the next 5 years? And you invite us to your stories, you invite us to your events, you want us to come and cover. Whose petrol will cover that? It's expensive for us, but if you don't contribute to our existence, then you are still killing us. So those agencies, they are also contributing a lot. But normally, we try to push for consistency. And at least when we argue with them, you are saying, but the paper is there. So it gives us leverage.
And part of, I suppose, getting the advertising and persuading that comms team to be with you is selling your audience. So what do you know about your audience? Not just its size, its other data about that audience that becomes important for reaching them. I mean, what sort of data do you have? And then also, what data does Facebook and Google give you on your audience, on the online audience at least?
Our audience is mostly young people, and we target young people, and we also target middle-aged guys, and even women, of course. So, because what we do when we distribute our papers, we have a section. We Google around, search around, and get that space for jobs, because we know people get interested when we talk about employment. So we make sure we've got the space, and we can see that it gets more following than anything else. So we distribute in rural areas, and sometimes we pass. We don't even go there. We pass our newspaper there because it's a free copy. We just go to this bus, these villages where there's only one bus that goes to town in the morning, and it will go again back in the evening. So if during the day this time you won't go to town, you'll go the next day. So those are our people, because we are aware that if you give them the newspaper, they will read it. This is not something that they get often. They will make sure that they keep it and read it. But if you say you go to Tlhabane is a township next to town. They've got the Star here, Daily Suns here. They can read any paper they want. But those guys there, they don't have access to any. So we are trying to get to those people. So we know young people are the one who are on socials most. Then even most of the time we target them. We know, or if we publish this story, it will at least entice young people, then they will follow it. Because we don't want a person to choose between reading our story and like the data is 200 megabytes. If you open that thing, goes to our website, is gone. So we don't want to push people to the limits, because they know it's very difficult to get that data. But we are telling them via our stories, but this thing is an interest rate, just go to it.
But do you get, what does Facebook tell you about the people that follow you, that interact with your stories? Does it give you information on that they're in this age group, this language, any information?
No, we don't get. What we get is the numbers.
Just numbers?
Yeah, 100 people, 500 people, 12,000, we just get the numbers.
And I think you said the number of maybe comments, shares, likes. Do you get that information?
We don't get it directly from Facebook. We check ourselves. If we publish the story, we check how many people shared it. Sometimes we get this none. We check, sometimes you get 18 shares, sometimes you get 1 share. You check the comments, you read the comments. Because I remember this story we did, and the headline was, it was about the prostitutes at Haystack Street, and we said, Abo Mahosha. And it was after COVID. I think it was after COVID, saying the business of Mahosha is booming again. And we had these ladies, we interviewed them, but we didn't show their face. We had their miniskirts, we just hid their faces. And even people from these organizations of human what. So the story was shared many times. And people, we had to come and read, and to sit there and read the comments because there were so many insults to the editorial team. How can you do this? This is not journalism. What? So we had to go via them one by one just to check if we did something wrong or where did we get it wrong or what happened. So we normally do that ourselves. We check. We go to the stories and check and see this comment, okay, no. Some we reply, some we don't.
I mean, maybe just a last question, which is, I mean, you have worked at the Daily Sun, I think you said.
Yes.
And the Star. And you've got that journalistic background. So, I mean, would you and some of the other community media, at least print media, also subscribe to the press code, or bring with you certain journalistic standards that you would apply in a community space, the same as you would have elsewhere?
My daily battle. I'm also the ESCO member of the National Press Club, and I'm the convener of the Northwest Press Club, and we fight a lot when it comes to ethics, because last week, one publication, I personally called them to order, and I told them, guys, we cannot continue with that. Read the press code, and I even shared it with them. You cannot write something like that. You cannot. That's not journalism. So some people, like, we are involved with many guys, radio. We do get people from radio and print. Sometimes the newsrooms is a problem, because when it comes to radio, they just employ anyone without any basic training or anything. They say, go and read the news. At least in print is a little bit different, because you must have an ability to write. If you don't have your story, it cannot go from your writing straight to the audience. It must be checked. So when it comes to radio, we get a lot of problems, because when a person talk, you'll be listening in your car, and you'll say, "Oh," and it's done. The information is gone. And when you correct it, already people is out there. So we tell them, please, guys, adhere to the press code. We push and we fight for that. That's why I'm saying it's my daily fight, because we check, and when we are not happy with something, we correct you. Because one thing we have realized is that we are not as clean as we can pretend as community media as well, because we do have our flaws and we do have our problems. But we are saying, guys, when you go and say you demand an advert from government, when was the last time you printed your own paper? The last paper was printed in 2019 by the person. So you are not advertising with us, but we've not been printing for many, many years. So print and get your stories in order. And even another thing that is very interesting when it comes to community media, editorial versus advertorial. Because when you check, people will say, I'm not covering this department. They are not advertising with us. And we say, but there's a story there. That's news. Advertising is something else. It's sales. You cannot combine the two. You've got sales, you've got advertorial. So it pushes people to go there. You don't cover me. You don't advertise with us. We don't cover your stories. And because we are small newsrooms, we are 3-4 in a newsroom. We can take the salesperson is just here. It's not a big corporate where they can do their thing. Out there, you don't even know. You'll just see in the morning in the paper, there is this advert and this advert. But when we do the paper, we are all here. How many adverts do we have? One, none. And we just finished the paper here. So it becomes easier. I know, this story, I don't put it. These guys, they don't advertise with us. But we discourage that a lot. We say, guys, no. Cover them until they come to their senses. They will advertise someday.
So quite a healthy, at least, debate amongst the community media in Northwest, at least, and through the press clubs.
Yes, we do have together, because we have the Association of Independent Publishers, where we have our meetings, and we do have the press club. Even on the debates, they also come on our WhatsApp groups, because someone will just put something there, and we say no, let's debate this thing amicably. I remember we had to fight the education department. We said, guys, you don't advertise, and your statement in this press WhatsApp group, they are more than anyone else. Every day, 2, 3 press releases, you put them there, but you don't even share any advertising posters, nice posters for newspaper advert. Don't put them there until we just brought them to the table, talked to them until they said, okay, we'll start advertising. So it helps to engage. So we start engaging ourselves, getting our house in order first. Then when we go to the advertisers, then we go there with just one word.
Well, Ananias, thank you very much for coming all the way up to Pretoria. I think this is very useful, and I mean, it helps to get insights from a range of media in the country, but I think those serving rural areas is particularly important that voice is also heard in our hearings. So thank you for giving that insight and for coming all this way, and for also engaging with our teams on the submissions and other aspects. But that does bring this session to a close, and we'll resume at 2 o'clock with more local media through the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
No, thanks a lot.
Welcome back. We will be restarting in 15 minutes. We just have to set up some additional technical facilities for translation. So we'll resume at 2:15. Welcome back to the afternoon session on day 4 of the Media and Digital Platforms Market Inquiry. This afternoon we have 4 local community media lined up. First the Mpumalanga Mirror, then the Marula Media, then Limpopo Mirror, and then Izwe Lomphakhati. But I believe we're now joined by Jabulani Kumalo from the Mpumalanga Mirror. Jabulani, are you there?
Good afternoon, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Jabulani, sorry, our technicians were just sorting out the link. I don't think we have a very good connection. Just trying to fix the connection with Jabulani, and then we'll proceed.
Jabulani, can you hear us? Jabulani? Yes, I can hear you.
Jabulani, we can hear you too. Sorry about those technical issues, and I know you've got a hard stop in 30 minutes. So welcome to the inquiry. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to start with any opening remarks. I mean, obviously, tell us a little bit about Mpumalanga Mirror and what you do in the community. And then Paul and myself will have some questions to follow.
I just want to double check if I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Well, I'm Jabulani Kumalo. I'm from Mpumalanga. We welcome the inquiry into the media industry, in particular community media versus commercial media. We believe there are some critical issues regarding the space and ensuring that community media is competitive as opposed to the commercial media entities. So Mpumalanga Mirror is a provincial newspaper. We cover all 3 districts, Ehlanzeni, Garisibande, and the Naledi district. We are a community newspaper. We focus a lot on community development. We focus a lot on service delivery and community issues. So we're a community-centered publication, in essence. We've got a fully fledged website. Our newspaper goes directly to communities, community health centers, filling stations, police stations, specifically in the rural and and township communities, because we write for the community. So we believe that the newspaper should go directly into those focus areas. Thank you.
Thanks, Jabulani. You said the inquiry is timely. Why do you say that? What are the issues that you face as, I suppose, we move into a more digital economy?
A lot of community based media is struggling to migrate from traditional media into the digital space, primarily because maybe there are elements of not understanding what it entails. Course, it's this new thing, digital, fourth industrial revolution. And, not a lot of people, not a lot of media practitioners or journalists in particular that deal with the journalism space know how to navigate through digitization in making sure that content is not only in the newspapers, physical newspapers, but it's also available on social media. It is also available on the website. So there is that. I can say it's a struggle, but it's slowly but surely getting there. I believe that with training and workshops, continuously, will ensure that journalists across all community media will be able to make that transition eventually.
I mean, that transition, I suppose the crisp question that's being asked by many in the media to us this week is the transition of the audience and is happening already to social media and websites. The costs are low for distribution, which offers an opportunity, but the challenge has been monetization of that audience, that digital audience. What is your experience of that?
Well, the monetization part, as far as my experience is concerned, has been somewhat a struggle right across, whether you're in community media or whether it's Media 24, independent. There has been that. What can I say? How would we translate, audiences, readership, from online and turn it into revenue? So, in as far as I'm concerned, maybe from a commercial point of view, maybe they've gotten around how they generate revenue, or they're able now to translate audiences from their content into revenue, merely because maybe they've got the expertise to do so. But from a community media point of view, we bargain with our following, our reach, our engagements. However, the question remains: how do we now translate that into income in order for the publications to be sustainable? Yes, we do get advertising now and again, advertisers to advertise on our platforms, but it's not often enough that you would find advertisers coming on board saying to maybe run a campaign, maybe want to advertise this particular product or whatever on your website. Yeah, basically.
So I just want to unpack that a little bit. I mean, as I understand, the Mpumalanga Mirror has over 15,000 Facebook followers. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And how would you say is the level of engagement with your content on Facebook? Do you get quite good engagement with your content?
It differs from time to time. It depends on the type of content that we publish. I feel it also depends on the relevance of that particular content at that particular time, that you would get a lot of engagement or disengagement. But in our case, more often than not, we find that people engage a lot on community issues, service delivery issues. Right there, we know that whatever content that we put with respect to that, definitely we're going to get engagement because some of them, some of the readers even express themselves about their dissatisfaction or satisfaction about service delivery issues, for instance, issues.
And Jabulani, just to pick that up, I mean, are people engaging with the Mpumalanga Mirror's Facebook page on these issues? I mean, apart from the fact that you're posting stories about it, and so you're getting engagement, but is it, to what extent is it that people feel that engaging with the community media means that voice will be heard as well? Jabulani, are you still there?
What we do, what we normally do, I mean, for instance, on one particular post, you get I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Carry on.
Yeah, sure. I just want to make an example of maybe just one particular story. It gets a lot of reaction. Probably gets 150,000 plus likes. It gets about 200 comments. It gets plus minus 200 shares. So in one way or another, you would find people in position of power. They are also on social media, especially some of them that are at a local level, such as municipalities, provincial government. They would come across that type of content, and then what or how they react to it is something that we if it is, or if we see that it is something that is a pressing matter, and then we escalate it and we send media inquiries to a relevant department or relevant municipality in order to get to understand what the problem is, and we go also directly to the community find out and investigate for themselves if this particular issue really exists, and get a sense of the view of what the community really wants, or what they're really concerned about. Then escalated.
And Jabulani, I mean, 150,000 likes, that's a fairly substantial amount. I mean, how much revenue do you generate from Facebook every month on average for all of this engagement and posts?
To be honest with you, at the moment we're not getting any revenue. Last month I was going through a time and just checking about compliance Facebook. When I clicked on the monetization category in our Facebook page, did not qualify as yet. For whatever reason, I do not know. But our numbers saying a different story. Our engagements are saying a different story. So I don't know what the explanation would be in terms of Facebook to us. But we are hoping that it will change soon. Yes.
And
Thank you very much, Jabulani. It's Paula here. I'm on your Facebook page now, and I'm just trying to get a sense of, do you promote your content on your Facebook page in order to get a broader reach? When you're talking about 150,000 likes and shares of 200, are those promoted posts?
No. They're not promoted posts. They are generic, very, very, very generic in genuine numbers. I believe we are quite strategic with our content, and we have studied what our audience likes, what our audience reacts to, what they like to read, what they like to engage on. So we leverage on that because we know that if we put a particular content, we definitely know that we'll be getting traffic. If I may put it that way. However, what we do promote is sponsored content. Maybe if a advertiser wants some of their content or advertorials online, it's part of what we charge them.
Jabulani, could you give us a sense of what kind of content then your audience likes? I see there's a post about an elephant in the Kruger National Park roaming around houses that got, I think, 47 comments and 34 shares. What kind of comment actually goes viral then, the kind of comments that you're talking about? What kind of content actually fuels this engagement?
Normally, it's human interest stories. They really garner traffic. The elephant one is one of them. In fact, the numbers there, it's one of our content that's I would say has the least of engagement. Likes, if I may put it that way. But those are the kind of stories that trigger our readers. Because remember, Mpumalanga province is a rural province. 70% of the province is rural. So if you find a community, for instance, like Matsulu is right next to the Kruger National Park. So when an elephant crosses the fence, it's a big thing for the community. It's huge. In one instance, in 2022, a leopard crossed the fence, and one community member wrestled with the leopard. Unfortunately, he did not die, but he did sustain injuries, and he was hospitalized. So that type of content resonates with the people and with the communities and residents on the ground, because we reflect directly what happens in the communities, and therefore, it's easy for them to engage on issues that directly affect them.
And then, Jabulani, could we talk a little bit about the your revenue business model? So, I mean, on your website, you've got your newspaper. It publishes once sometimes. It publishes twice sometimes. Is that purely based on advertising? That when you've got sufficient advertising, you'll go to print?
What we do is, if we do not have enough advertising, we do not print, but we do create a digital or an e-newspaper. It's just strictly content, stories, and then we promote it online. However, if there is enough revenue or enough advertising, then we do print. We are a bi-monthly publication, so we print twice a month, at the beginning of the month and the last week of the month.
And does the advertising actually also happen online? Are you able to sell online advertising?
We are able to, but the results are not as we would want them to be. I wouldn't necessarily know if the clients, if I may put it this way, that other clients are not so big on so other clients just prefer the traditional media, the newspaper. They feel has a broader reach and is more credible as opposed to online. But time and again, we do find, or we do get clients that want to advertise online. What we also do is that when we created what we call the marriage, is that we've got our publication with our digital, and we put it together. If we offer you maybe a quotation, you'd like to advertise, so our quotation includes online as well, so that you get to see that digital also works as much as the traditional or newspapers.
You're breaking up a little bit, Jabulani. I'm not sure if you can still hear us. I know that today is quite a big news day for your newspaper. Your team is out live streaming and doing coverage of the presidential imbizo. I wonder if you can still hear us, if you're able just to give us a sense of how often you're out there doing direct reporting from the community and the kinds of stories that you're able to cover as a community newspaper.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
We go out as often as we can. We are on the ground at all times, like how we are here now in Mpumalanga for the presidential Isisu. We will be engaging with the residents of the various municipalities, getting an understanding of what their concerns are. The president has come to the area with his cabinet. The provincial leaders are also here. The municipality is also here. So we'll be getting a sense of what the community's needs are and how the president and his cabinet and also the province will be responding, will be addressing some of these issues that will be spoken about here today.
Thank you very much.
Jabulani, I know we've only got a few more minutes. I just wanted to ask about search. Do you get much referral traffic from search or Google News or Google Discover?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure about that. But I do check here. Now and again if there are any referrals. But not as quite often.
And what sort of level of traffic are you getting to your website every month? The number of page views or just visitors?
We get quite a lot. In the last 90 days, we had about just to our website. And primarily that traffic comes from social media, people sharing our content, people engaging. Because when in my analysis, when I look at the analytics, our or rather readers directly come from social media, as opposed to going to the website, directly from the website itself. So I get a sense that even our following. I mean, put that way, it's influential. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Thanks. I don't think we had enough audio, but based on your submissions, I have it the last 90 days in the order of 1.5 million site visits, which is a huge amount. Maybe as my last question, because you need to go, and I'm sure the president's more important than we are, but what you said, you bundled your ads between your print and your digital. I mean, how much digital only revenue do you make a month from advertising on the website that's not also sold on your print edition?
I
think Jabulani, we're not getting any much audio.
Can we,
That's a little better. Maybe continue. Let's see.
How's now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Yes. As I was saying, to answer your question, we go in months without online advertising. Yeah, we can go up to 6 to 9 months without advertising. Maybe it's because the competition is tough between us and mainstream media, if I might put it that way. Because the likes of News 24, the likes of independent and various texting newspapers, they also offer competitive uh, uh, prices or rates in terms of online advertising.
And just a last question though, do you sell through the so-called ad tech like Google AdSense, or do you just only sell direct for website advertising?
We sell direct. However, we have started looking into Google Ads. Our developer is still looking into that, and we're trying to formalize that to see if that will work for us.
Well, thank you very much, Jabulani. I'm not going to keep you any longer. And I think there is a challenge from what you're saying with about 500,000 website traffic a month, 15,000 Facebook followers, and no money. It seems that at least at the moment it is definitely a challenge, as you indicated, to make the digital transition. I think our phone-in has also highlighted other challenges, obviously, that have been made about rural areas and digital connection and the quality of that. But thank you for making your submissions, and we'll definitely factor this in and be in touch with any more requests that we have.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, and you're free to go and serve your community. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
We're going to take a 5-minute break now, and then we'll resume with Marula Media. Thank you, everyone. welcome back. We now welcome Marula Media. We have Kobus Besaidenout and Sine van Heerden joining us. Welcome Kobus, welcome Sine. I'm James and I'm joined by Paula, a fellow panel member. And you have a presentation, so I'm going to let you run with the presentation and then we'll have some questions afterwards for you.
Dis perfek, baie dankie.
That is perfect, thank you.
So goeiemiddag, my naam is Kobus Besaidenout, soos julle gesê het.
Kobus Besaidenout, as you said.
Baie dankie dat julle 'n tolk gereël het vir my vanmiddag. Dis net soveel makliker om in mens eie taal te kan gesels oor die dinge waarmee elke dag besig is. So ek wil julle dalk 'n bietjie agtergrond gee oor Marula Media. Ons is 'n aanlyn gebore media publikasie, nuus inhoud en leefstyl inhoud. En ons bedien ongeveer 2 miljoen maandelikse lesers op die internet. Okay.
Kobus, we apparently have a slight technical issue getting the sound into the interpreter. So okay. I think we just quickly try to sort that out and then we can resume. But
can you hear me?
Hallo Kobus, kan jy my daarom hoor?
Ja, ek kan hoor. Hallo.
Ek Engels, daar definisie gaan. Kobus, die tegnisie is besig om die klank uit te sorteer van die tolk wat van Afrikaans na Engels toe tolk. Ek en jy is fine met die Engels
welcome back. We, I think, have tried to abandon our technical solution. It seems we may need next time Advocacy to come and give us an AI solution. But welcome, Marula Media, and I apologize we couldn't get this to work. But
That's fine. Thank you so much.
I believe you'll try go through in English, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you to the panel for also trying to give us the translation services today. We'll try again next time. But for today, if you'll excuse my broken English sometimes, then let's give it a go to answer your questions in a good manner. So my name is Kobus Besaidnout. I'm the Web and IT Manager here at Marula Media. Joining also from our team is Sunay van Heerden. She's the Brand Manager. And she also specializes and coordinates all the marketing and stuff that happens on Facebook, social media, and those types of platforms. So if I can give you a brief overview of Marula Media, can I firstly ask, is my sound okay?
It is.
Perfect, thank you. So Marula Media was started as a digital native publication, online only, in 2011. Our main focus is to provide news and lifestyle content to about roughly 1 million monthly readers. That is on both our website and app. And we mainly use social media and search advertising for marketing, but we'll get there. So just to give you an overview of the subject I'll be covering today, as per the questions and themes I received earlier. So I'll be talking about the trends in news media, revenue generation and ad tech stack, then also the competition for ad revenue, subscription revenues and user data, and then also consumer choice and the participation of SMEs, HDPs in the online distribution of news media. And then lastly, measuring news and its benefits on search and social media platforms. So to start off with, when we share our experiences of a digital native publication, figuring out,
sorry to interrupt you, but your slide presentation isn't moving. I don't know if that's on our side or your side.
I have switched slides on my side. If you are unable to see it, let me share the screen again and try again. 1 second.
Thank you. Sorry, it's just not updating on our side, it seems.
No worries. Let me share again. I want to share that screen. And then I want to duplicate the slideshow. Let's see if that works. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yeah.
Not yet. 1 second. That's the wrong screen. All right, let's try this. Are you able to see that? And my presentation now? Okay.
Daar komt nou iets. Daar zijn.
All right. You may be seeing the wrong page now, but it should be fine. Anyway, let me just show this one, and that should be fine. No worries about that one. All right. So are you ready for the next slide? Do you see that?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. So I was talking about our experience of entering the market as a digital native publication. We developed and learned from the market to get a business model that was that is still developing over the years, to be so our business model for online is is different to an extent than print media. I have very little experience in print media, if any at all. I was a web developer first, but our business model is optimized for the online distribution of our content. We have a very wide distribution of our content because it's on the internet, and we are very dependent on social media and search engines for the distribution of that content. We received in real time feedback from our readers, and as such, we know our community very well. We know what they want to hear, but what they need to hear, and what their day-to-day news needs are. And then also we serve targeted ads, which gives a better value to our advertisers. And then we also do that's data-driven marketing, where we collect personal information from our loyal readers with their consent, and then ask them for donations. Actually, this is something that happened from our readers' side, and they asked us, could they maybe contribute in some way, but more on that later. Cool. So the next slide. Monetizing our online presence mainly rests on principles. It's the main source of income are advertisements, that is banner ads served on our website. We also publish promotional content in partnership with clients and advertisers. And then the third one is the supporters that gives us contributions and donations. So just a quick overview of the community or the distribution of our content online. So our social networks, the source of traffic to our website mainly comes from Facebook. That's about 55% of all our readers come from Facebook. And then search engines, mainly Google, is 18% of those. And then also we have an online news app on Android and iOS that accounts for about 2% of our readers, although they are very loyal, and they generate about 40% of our page views per month. And then serving this loyal community is a big responsibility for us, but we know them well and they keep coming back, so that's great for us. Okay, so talking about the business model again. So there are a few difficulties, and sustainability is an issue currently, but mainly our business model is put together like this. We receive contributions from our stakeholders, that helps us, that together with our other sources of income, helps us to generate dependable content that's trustworthy, but also free to read by anyone, and that widens our distribution. We also place the promotional articles, like I said before, and then when people come for the content to our website and to the app, they also see advertisements. Our loyal readers also give the support in the form of donations, that is monthly or recurring, or once off. And then we are currently also always looking into alternative income sources. So our use of social media is that it links with our digital marketing strategy, in that our website is central to the whole strategy. We want people to visit our website, and then from there we can serve them ads and bring them to other types of content that they not necessarily wouldn't see normally. And then it's quite interesting that the different social media platforms have certain types of audiences. The people on certain types of audience like certain types of content more, and we have adapted our social media strategy to serve. Well, on Facebook, we share all of our content, as well as on Twitter. But on Instagram, it's a slightly different strategy where we cover not the hard news and do not really post that, but we try and publish more lifestyle content and nostalgic subjects. And then on YouTube, that's used for videos, hosting the videos, and that gets embedded on our website and app. So access to capital, other sources of funding. So we have a fixed budget every year, and the amount of capital we receive each year is fixed. It's one of our challenges that the capital received from our stakeholders is supposed to get less every year. We need to become sustainable, and that is a big challenge for us. The best potential for growth in income, we see that being advertisements. It has reached a certain platform so far, but I'll cover Google Ad Exchange in a bit. But in short, advertisements are the biggest, have the biggest potential for a bigger income. And then we're also looking for new sources of income. So regarding the user experience in digital use and experience in digital advertising, we have been serving ads on Marula Media since the start, and it is a quite an old method of advertising online. The trick is that for a campaign to be successful, the click-through ratios are very low. It only needs to be like 0.2%, and that's quite a challenge for us, but it still works to a certain extent, and that is why we keep doing it. So the ad stack we use is Adform. They serve static banner ads, as well as do they have a programmatic ad exchange. But our the relationship with our clients advertising on our website and platforms are very important to us. And then we currently do not have access to Google Ad Exchange. I see a big potential there. If we can unlock the use of Google Ad Exchange, but the problem is that they do not support Afrikaans as a language. So it's a bit of a puzzle for us to unlock that. We have been in contact with Google to discuss it, and hopefully in the future we can work together with them. So our strategy with delivering the banner ads is that we target certain types of content. So for example, the news category on the website would receive the most views in our experience. So there's a big potential for banner impressions. But when you want something more relevant, like for instance under agriculture, you can target that category as well. All right, and then paying for performance versus paying for content distribution on platforms. I interpreted the notes I received beforehand as the performance I understand as giving incentives to journalists when their stories go big on social media. I don't know if that's the correct interpretation, but at Marula Media, our journalists and everybody gets a fixed a package of of salary. They don't get any bonuses according to the performance of the content that they produce. And then we are currently advertising on Google search through Google Ads. We have one campaign that's active. The other campaigns weren't able to get verified because of the language barrier. The campaign that is live currently has not been changed for the past, I think it's 6 years or so, since Google started to impose the language support as a barrier for verification. And then sometimes we would publish or promote posts on Facebook, but we do not do that often. When we compete with mainstream media online and in print, we think of all the content we produce that is text, video, and audio. We have placed more of a focus on video content the past 2 years or so, where we produce all the more video content to be distributed online. We also produce audio interviews with celebrities, writers, and important people that we distribute to more than 70 community radio stations that broadcast Afrikaans content. So that gives us blootstelling, exposure to the different communities across the country and listening in on the internet. While we help the community radio stations by giving them the content as they are run volunteers. And then Marula Media is one of the contributors to mainstream media when it comes to the Afrikaans language. Okay, so competing with advertising. So we have an advertising team that sell the advertising space, and we use the statistics that gets collected by Google Analytics for a tariff card for all our rate card. And then this team also talks to advertisers, which has relevant products for our community. And then normally the reaction of the community is positive, and then we build our relationship with the advertisers. Regarding access to data, so our readers, they take part in competitions and other types of campaigns where they provide us with their personal information to win a prize or to take part in something. So with their consent, we use this information to serve them, or to contact them and ask them for a donation. It is not something that would prevent them from seeing our content in any way. Our content remains free, but then it's just a chance for them to contribute to what we do. And then we also do targeted Facebook ads every now and again using Facebook tools. And then platform algorithms. We experience limited visibility on Facebook because of their focus, as I understand, that posts from friends are more important than posts from pages or news outlets. I don't know. And then the other challenge regarding algorithms is the frequent updates in guidelines for SEO optimization to let you your search results rank in Google search, for example. Regarding news aggregators, this was an interesting perspective I didn't really think of before I submitted our initial report to you guys. When you asked about it, it was something that I didn't realize. Wow, this could actually be good for us. Our digital marketing strategy dictates that we want readers on our own website to serve them content and to give them what they need, but we want to control the environment on our own website. So for us to aggregate our content to other platforms is not really useful to us. So we don't really mind that Google News and MSN don't really redistribute or republish our content. Search engines do have complete access to all our content for indexing, and then Google Ads that doesn't support any African languages is currently a hurdle to overcome. So we use YouTube as our main hosting platform for our videos. That gets embedded on our website and app. And then the most traffic views we receive from embedded videos rather than directly on YouTube. And then we do not currently have a TikTok strategy. It's something that we are thinking about constantly and seeking opportunities. But I think currently TikTok is more of a short form video format that is not that suited to news content, in my opinion. All right, so there was a question about the impact of data bundle discounts or lower data pricing for social media usage. The biggest impact I can think of, the two of them, are that many readers on Facebook will comment underneath our posts and say that, sure, this is the photo, and they see the name of the article and maybe a short excerpt, but they are reluctant to click through to the website because they do not have enough mobile data available. This creates a few things. Users get used to only reading titles and excerpts, and then which does not contain all the facts, and that is quite a challenge when they comment on our posts, because then that needs to be moderated. But they don't have, it's not an informed opinion that they form. So the community media value proposition on digital platforms is basically that the fact that we publish our content on Facebook helps Facebook to regain loyalty from its users. People come back again and again to Facebook because that's the one place where you can see all you want, not only from your friends, but then also all news outlets that you follow. So that loyalty and repeat visits have some value for the platform. And then when we post that content, there's a large amount of interaction on the posts, and then that could give certain analytics and data usage data for these platforms. So regarding the misinformation and credibility, it could be quite a challenge to manage that. Social media makes it possible for anyone to post content, and it could be false news, it could be there are examples of even copyright infringement or corporate identity that gets stolen. There's somebody on the internet that copies our content, and then also our corporate identity, and then they try and sell Bitcoin with our logo displayed alongside it. This is a problem not only for us, but also for other publishers like News24 and Netwerk24. There's a few adverts on Facebook that is used for this purpose. So that's just in short an overview of everything, the notes that I received. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Kobus, for making that effort, and it's certainly quite fascinating. I mean, we looked at some of the statistics on your digital presence. It seems like it's 5 million page views a month to your website, and you have...
Sorry, that's not correct.
All right, maybe you could give us that then.
It's
Sunay, yeah?
the correct stats are actually 50 million, so it's 50 million. 50 million pages served every month, and then that is read by approximately 2 million readers.
All right, even more impressive. And then on Facebook, we have 581,000 followers.
That's correct.
And the kind of levels of engagement you get on Facebook in terms of likes, comments, reactions.
It is such a pity that Facebook pages, when they switched to the new format of the Facebook pages, they disabled the analytics that we used to get on the to see exactly how many comments and so forth. But I can give you the engagement on Facebook. I'm so sorry. Let me just open it up. Engagement per month is about 4.3 million. That was 4.3 million for February, 4.4 million for January. Yeah.
Again, very impressive numbers. Can I just get a sense, and we do ask people not to reveal confidential information. You can indicate just orders of magnitude. But you say you're battling for sustainability, and it's a challenge, and that you have some capital backing you, but you need to get to that sustainability. But these are huge numbers. I mean, it's massive reach. So why is sustainability a problem? What sort of revenue are you getting out of the website and social media?
Kobus, shall I also answer that for you?
Yeah, you can.
So the sustainability factor, I think if you have something like a paywall, then okay, 2 million readers every month is great income. But since we distribute our content for free, and since we also distribute the content for free to those 70 community radio stations, there's no actual income, fixed income from readers. So we rely, as Kobus indicated in his presentation, mainly on advertisers through advertisements or advertorials, also through campaigns that we do in connection with partners to get income like that. Also, like as Kobus said, the voluntary donations from readers. So it's difficult to form an exact business model and to get a business model that works for a free online news website. We are constantly investigating new means of getting that income stream and to be able to rely less on our stakeholders. So we are grateful that we do have stakeholders that started Marula Media. And the idea at first was, okay, within 3 to 5 years, Marula Media should be self-sustainable, but that wasn't. So it's 13 years later, and we still rely on our stakeholders. But we do have a fixed budget, and we do have we try to save money where we can, and it takes a lot of capacity, human resource capacity. So there's a lot of expenses. The more we grow, the more expensive it becomes to run this engine. So I think that's the sustainability. So we are definitely not in trouble at all. But to keep this going and to say, okay, in 20 years' time, what's going to happen? So it's more important to get a business model as soon as possible.
You say you're still getting support from your stakeholders. Is this from people who've put money into the business, or are you talking about the people who make donations?
This is the shareholders. So we at Marula Media is part of the bigger solidarity movement. So Solidarity is one of our shareholders. We also have an Afrikaans trust that is also one of our shareholders. That provides an income for us at least to maintain our capacity.
So now is it correct then that at least your revenues are not fully compensating for your costs, but your shareholders are patient and keeping you growing?
Yes, that's correct.
And just as a matter of interest, how much is advertising out of your total revenue?
I don't know. Cobus, do you know?
I have some statistics here. Let me quickly check. I need to work out the percentage. So that is about 41% of our income is currently generated through advertising.
Do you have a sense of how much additional income you might be able to generate if, in fact, you were able to use Google AdSense?
Difficult question to answer. We used Google Ad Manager before the language supported language issue was brought forward, but that was a few years ago. I suspect our advertising team would know better. What we are doing is we're reaching out to agencies, ad agencies that represent major brands, and then we ask them, look, there's this Afrikaans community which has a lot of buying power. You can reach them through Marula Media. We realize that they only use Google Ad Exchange for their advertising needs, but we have done it previously, but it is quite a mission, and it's not always worked, that we create a connection between Google Ad Exchange and the programmatic platform on Adform. And then those ads get served on our platform as well. But that I suspect it hasn't been successful every time. But to answer your question about what's the potential gain, I'm really not sure. Google Ad Exchange is an industry standard when it comes to programmatic ads being served on websites and online in South Africa, as I understand. So we would get access to most major brands if we were able to use Google Ad Exchange.
So if I understand what you were saying earlier on, your app has the smallest audience, but they stay the longest on your page, on your
That's
website.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so the engagement with them is much longer, much deeper. And are you able to monetize it? I mean, are there ads on your app? I've just had a look at it, but there are specific ads on that. Then
yes.
For YouTube, you're using YouTube as a hosting platform. You haven't monetized YouTube?
We are trying to monetize YouTube. We have created an AdSense account, but we're still struggling to verify that.
Sorry, Kobus. So we have monetized YouTube, and we are already receiving an income from YouTube, but the
yet to receive the money.
But since we only use that really as a hosting service, we direct people directly to come and watch the videos directly in an article on Marula Media, because we need the page views so that we can attract advertisers.
Okay, and then your Facebook is really huge, and I'm just wondering, have you been able to in any way create income or revenue on that platform?
The problem with opening up your Facebook page to other advertisers is that you have a very loyal community following you on Facebook, and suddenly, if there's some strange advertisement or something, under Marula Media's name, it almost negates the purpose of building that loyal community. So we are very strict on the types of advertisements or the types of content that we allow on our Facebook page. So I know that there are Facebook pages that make a lot of money and just throwing the gates open, and everybody can pay a lot of money to post there. But we are strict about the content that we publish on our Facebook and our Instagram. And our Instagram also has more than 100,000 likes, which is also a lot for an Afrikaans, especially for an Afrikaans website to have. So even on Instagram, we are also very strict in the specific type of content that we distribute, to make sure that it's for our readers' experience, to make sure that they have a pleasant experience on Facebook and Instagram.
And your presentation was very detailed, and thank you for that. But I'm just wondering, kind of top level, what are the major impediments against vernacular media being able to build sustainable media models online, in your view?
Well, I think the language issues at Google is currently an issue for the potential income that we lose there at this stage. It's a bit difficult to say in total as an overview. Sune, do you maybe have any contributions?
I don't think there is a lot of challenges. I think the main challenge will be for the team that is interested in doing that, or a team such as Marula Media, is to make sure that you are going to have persistence, and that you will keep on going even though you face challenges or whatever, because you know that you serve a specific community, and that if you don't do that work, if you don't serve that community with the content that you provide, then that community will not have that content. They won't have access to that content. I think it is the same for us with the 70 community radio stations countrywide that we work with. So we have a very good partnership with these radio stations that have Afrikaans as one of their broadcast languages. And some of these radio stations have very few people, and it's mainly volunteers, and they sometimes don't even get paid for it. And it's maybe only 3 or 4 people sitting in a small office and trying to broadcast to their community. But they have so much passion, and they have such a loyal listenership. And for them to keep having a license from the Broadcasting Corporation, they need to broadcast certain types of content. And we can provide them with that content. So we know that even beyond only marulamedia.co.za, we've got this whole Afrikaans community that we are serving countrywide. yeah, so it's for us, it's the community, and that's why we will keep on going. So I don't think you persevere through challenges. You don't if Google can't understand Afrikaans, then we will make another plan, and we will make another plan. So we will keep on persevering.
If I can add to that, one of our strategies is, for example, to become less dependent on Facebook and social media in total, and to place and focus on our app, to promote our app as especially to loyal readers, so that they aren't dependent on social media or other platforms to see our content. When you wake up in the morning, usually you open up a newspaper on the same in the same way. You can also open up Marula Media's app. You don't need to go to Facebook or to other social media to see us. So for us to become less dependent on other platforms is important.
Kobus and Sinead, just on Adform, I hadn't heard of Adform before. Are they a sort of international ad server? Or?
Yes, they are. I think they're in a Scandinavian company. I'm not sure. I think it's Sweden or Finland, and they have serviced us very well. They have the advertising lingo tricks me sometimes, but they have the publisher side as well as the buy side. So they and also the exchange or the programmatic platform. And then one of their products that we maybe will use in future or are looking into is a DMP, a data management platform, where you can manage the advertising identities for your readers with the phasing out of third-party cookies. So they have serviced us very well, and they're a bit, shall I say, less expensive than Google Ad Manager were years ago. We have tried a few ad platforms, for example, Aqua, and what was the other server? But Adform is a very robust solution for us.
And you said you used to use Google Ad Manager. Did you switch because of the language policy change?
That's correct. They notified us that our website isn't supported anymore because it's in Afrikaans. So both our ads need to be in English, and we need to switch our website to English as well.
That's quite a challenge. Just quickly, what we're hearing from others is that the programmatic sales come at a very low cost per thousand, but the direct sales are substantially higher. You're nodding, so I assume that's your experience too.
It is correct, yes, but seeing as we have a large volume of impressions available, usually that would generate some income for us.
And how much of your inventory sales are direct at the moment? Roughly?
Most of them. I don't have that percentage right now, but as a rule, most of our advertising is done from direct clients. So I think it's maybe BMW and one or two others that gets served from programmatic. I can maybe just highlight another ad platform that we use, and that is from Vicinity. Vicinity is an ad agency that does geolocated targeting, and what they do is, if you're on a device that is able to give your location, then and the user gives consent, then they are able to target you according to your location to serve you a relevant ad for where you are at that stage. So Vicinity is also doing well for us, but the programmatic percentage is quite low.
And you mentioned the data management as we move from third-party cookies. I mean, do you expect a big drop-off with the end of third-party cookies in your advertising or not?
So I think most publishers are awaiting action from ad platforms to take to give them guidance on how to proceed. I suspect that most publishers do not know the exact impact that it would have on the publishers. What we are trying to do is to promote our readers to create a free profile on our website so that we can get to know them better and get to know their habits. That's not the type of information that we currently take note of, but it's something that we would maybe do in future so that we can serve them directly or target them directly with relevant content and maybe advertising as well.
Great. Then just two last questions. I mean, it seems the common scam at the moment is about using someone's brand and then selling an investment or something. I mean, do you engage the different platforms where this happens to tell them, and then is it taken down?
Most definitely. The social platforms we do engage, and Facebook has been reactive in, and they have successfully removed profiles and ads that didn't that didn't comply. So I think Facebook is quite okay, but it's very reactive. It's not the big problem is that people create anonymous profiles to start with, and they probably use this different generic email addresses that isn't checked for is this a unique person. So as far as I understand, Facebook's terms and conditions say that you may only create one profile for a real person, for yourself, if you are a real person, and some people use more than one profile. But so I do understand that that's a challenge of enforcing that. But they have been reactive. We have also engaged with hosting companies, hosting our corporate identities and cloning that and using it for their means. It's that we move on and we still keep do what we do and to provide unique content for our readers.
I think it's also important to note that we constantly have to publish articles with screenshots of those ads to inform our readers that there are scams like that. So, and regularly we also receive emails with questions from readers to ask, are you involved with this specific company or something, because they see it looks like our website, but it doesn't feel to them like our website and they're not sure. And then we will publish another article or republish the previous one to say this is a scam, be on the lookout and please report that on Facebook. So it's almost like those games at the arcade that you try to,
whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole. And as soon as you report this one, there's 3 more that, so that's definitely an issue.
And then just a last question. We're sometimes told that people aren't interested in news on social media. What's your experience from your Facebook page?
I would say 2 million people begs to differ. It's interesting that you can see that there's almost ebbs and flows of the statistics, and I think after a big news cycle, people are sometimes tired of the news, and then they will walk away. But then something new will happen, and they will come back. I think the way that Marula Media publishes our content is to make sure that we don't only focus on the hard news. We really try to focus on other content and content that are uplifting and content that like lighter news, softer news and lighter content, stuff that people can just for a moment after you've read a dreadful story, just to come back and read something that's not so tough. And I think the way that our app is also laid out, and I think that's the reason why we have so many page views on our app, yet so few for the amount of app users. I mean, it's disproportionate the amount of pages that they read, but it's literally they open up the app and they page through the whole, and they literally read every article that we've published since they last opened up the app. And I think the way that it's laid out is also it's hard news, and then you get all the softer news and the other content, so that at least when you close the app you don't feel depressed and anxiety ridden, but that you feel okay, it's not so tough and it's going to be all right.
And I suppose that's the skill of an editorial team, knowing their audience and knowing how they'll respond. Well, Kobus and Sine, thank you very much for coming, and apologies again that we didn't get that translation working. But I hope you continue to engage with the inquiry, and thank you for all your submissions to date, and well done on building such a big following.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
So apologies, we're running a little after time, but we will be moving to Limpopo Mirror, and Anton van Zyl will be joining us. He's also kindly sent us a video which we can run while we get the connection with him. I think it's designed to give us many answers to many of our questions, and introduce what Limpopo Mirror does.
This is where I spend my days, inside the offices of the Limpopo Mirror in the Soutpansberger, in the centre of Utrecht. Our two local newspapers are much the same as what you would find in many parts of our country, and also in most parts of the world. We report on events in the Vembe region, which is the northern part of the Limpopo province. It is an area that we have served for well over 3 decades. The office where I've worked for more than 30 years was filled with passionate people who work long hours and do a lot of hard work under difficult circumstances. Today is Thursday, which means it is distribution day. Just after daybreak this morning, the activities already started. Here we have Charity Mulowitsi, who drops off the latest newspapers. He does his distribution in and around town. At the same time, other teams are doing routes that take them from Elim in the east to Messina in the north, and to towns such as Thohoyandou. It's a vast area that we cover, which includes dozens of small rural villages. Distribution is focused on the towns and bigger shopping centres. For charity, his job as a newspaper distributor has been putting food on the table for more than 20 years. But let me take you on a quick tour through our offices and tell you what we do. The question we all grapple with is whether there is still a future for independent news outlets like ours. Are they not outdated, like the old cameras that we display in our little photographic museum? All of these had to make way for a new digital era. Will we also be the collateral damage in the war that rages to conquer the eyeballs? Let's drop in at the newsroom, where some of the people who are responsible for the content that we publish gather. First up, we have Bernard Shigavari, who also writes for online publication Groundup.
I do focus on stories that relate to the impact of the communities in Vembe district. For example, last week I did a story on the increase in toll gate tariffs, and I believe that story would inform readers on how they are going to be affected, so that they would plan their journeys in advance.
Then we have Kaiser Nguvela. Yesterday, Kaiser attended the Makado Municipality's council meeting. In Kaiser's career, stretching over several decades, he has attended more such meetings than he cares to remember.
I was reporting about the squabbles between the Makado Municipality Council, where the councillors from the ANC and the councillors from the opposition party were fighting with the Speaker of the Makado Municipality. They accused her for being an arrogant speaker. Since I reported the council 17 years ago, this was the first time what's happened. The council collapsed for 3 times in a row without going forward.
And yes, I'm yet to find a reporter from Google or Facebook at such council meetings. It is left to people like Kaiser to be the watchdog of the community and attend such meetings. This is just something we do to promote the local vernacular. It is important, at least to us, that Tshivenda be used in a written form as news medium. Here we have Kato Ralipashwa. Kato is responsible for translating articles into Tshivenda.
I am the one responsible for translating articles from English to Tshivenda. On one of the articles I'm going to translate this week is an article about Chipise Forever Resort that is temporarily at a standstill after guests complained about expired food.
The Limpopo Mirror makes use of several more news correspondents spread out over the Vembe region. Most of them link in remotely and post their stories and photos on our news filer system. By now, some of you may have started becoming uncomfortable. This is, after all, an inquiry into media and digital platforms. Should we spend this much time discussing what local reporters do? My response would be absolutely. But to show that we're not totally antiquated, here's a framed version of one of our first websites. We made our first digital appearance way back in 1997. This is the homepage of July 1998. That was 2 months before the first search was done on Google. So yes, we are one of the very few publishers in the country that can claim that they are older than Google. But back to what we think we do well. The inside of our offices reflects a long history and involvement in the community. It is a history that we are extremely proud of. The 2 newspapers and their reporters have collected just about every top accolade in the local news industry. What we are especially proud of is the fact that so many of our correspondents came through the ranks to compete against the best journalists in the industry. During last year's FCJ Awards, the journalists from the Mirror and Sopansberger scooped up most of the top awards. Considering that they write for a small independent outlet operating in a rural area, it is exceptional. But one can argue that, after all, a news business is just like any other business. Some businesses may be better than others, but if they disappear, another will simply take its place. Then the trophies and certificates will just gather dust and later be discarded. We should be blunt and ask, will we be missed if we're no longer here? To answer that question, we should look at what our journalism has achieved throughout the years. It's not that widely known, but the Limpopo Mirror's journalists were instrumental in exposing the rot at the National Lotteries Commission. This is an article dating back to November 2017. At this stage, the media was attacked by the NLC, and our own reporting was slammed as being unbalanced and sensational. We obviously persisted, and in February 2018, we stumbled on another fraudulent NLC project. This one went to the core of the corruption and linked several of the top NLC officials. This article also triggered further leaks, and we received valuable information from whistleblowers. During this time, we started working with GroundUp, which helped us to reach a wider audience, and it also took a lot of pressure off us. However, a local media outlet needs to focus on news and the people in the area that it serves. It is primarily a local watchdog and not a national one. The question may be what we have done to protect our local communities. In October 2022, a legal battle that lasted several years ended. It stemmed from the Maroela municipality's refusal to make information available about a dodgy tender deal. We filed a PIA request, which was refused, and the matter went to court. This was the first time that a magistrate's court was asked to rule on a PIA matter. The municipality was ordered to make the information available, but they appealed. The matter went to the High Court, where the municipality was ordered to give the information. This was another in a series of battles to fight against corruption and lack of transparency in local government. We admit to having some weaknesses. One of these is Ponzi schemes. We simply hate them because the damage they inflict on the economy of a small community is simply enormous. Whenever we get notified of such dubious schemes, and there is a local angle, we expose the schemes. But this comes with its perils. Because many of these schemes are driven by people who are well known in the community, it also happens that the journalists become the target of social media lynch mobs. Throughout the years, we have published thousands of articles, all focusing on this region and its amazing people. The articles varied from obituaries to reports about school events. We are the only news medium that carries weekly reports on the local sports leagues. We are still the ones people call when society lets them down. We are the trusty messenger who reflects their struggles and desperation. And every now and then we even report on a success story, like this one about the hawker who took on checkers to get a money back that was lost in a cash transfer transaction. Although we embrace technology and are excited about the possibilities that the world of online news bring, it is a merciless place, filled with lies, deception, and ruthless business models. To be able to make money, you have to flout around the big numbers. The advertising cake is reduced to crumbs, where the big groups get extremely fat and the small players quickly starve. The revenue models are not meant for independent content providers that focus on small communities. The world of online news is also a place where very few rules are in place or enforced. It is a place where your content gets stolen, twisted, and used to make money for others. To use an example, this was a well-researched article that focused on the effect that corruption has on a community. 2 local cyclists were invited to take part in the 2024 Cape Epic Cycle Race, where they will have the opportunity to compete against the best cyclists in the world. Their challenge was to find funding to get to the Cape. This would not have been necessary had the funds provided by the National Lottery for such teams had not been stolen. The story was shared with GroundUp to give it a wider platform. Not long after the article appeared online, it showed up very high on a Google search. The only problem was that the Google search did not display either Limpopo Mirror or even GroundUp in the search results. It channeled users to a clickbait site, where AI is being used to sensationalize the content. Not only did another site plagiarize the story and use it without consent, but the facts were also distorted. To top it off, the story was monetized through Google's ad program and attracted money from major SA advertisers such as M&G Investments, Land Rover, ShopRite, and even Apple. All these advertisers not only took funds away from local news providers, but actually assisted in the spread of clickbait and fake news. Is there a future for local news? The short answer is that there has to be. Local news is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Local newspapers will completely disappear in the next few years. The rise in printing and distribution costs means it cannot compete for a slice of the advertising cake. It is simply too costly a medium to compete in the digital sphere. Local content providers can cater for a digital audience, probably even better than they have done in print. If no viable revenue alternatives are found, the messengers will disappear. The thought of that happening is scary. Thank you for watching this short video, showing how a small local media outlet operates, and also what it has achieved throughout the past 3 decades. The fact that setups such as ours are fast disappearing is not in dispute. It happens throughout the world, and also in our country. The reasons why it is happening and why it will also happen to our case unless things change very quickly have been vented on numerous platforms. The question remains, is it worth protecting small local media companies? Let me just use one example to tell you why I think it is. In our little video, a reference was made to the fraud that we uncovered with the lottery funding. The Special Investigation Unit told Parliament a month ago that this fraud is estimated to be well over 2.1 billion rand. That means more than 2 billion rand was stolen that could have been used to improve the lives of people in areas such as where we operate. The national media did not pick up on the fraud. It was later revealed that some major publishers even benefited from the fraud. The lottery also spent a lot of money advertising with the national media groups known for their investigative reporting. It was left to local journalists to scratch around. It needed the local journalists to ask where the projects were at places like Maila Village, Fireboom, Moraleni, where millions were supposed to be spent. But local journalism is about so much more than just uncovering fraud. It's about reporting that few others feel is important enough to report on. To us it is important. Let me end this presentation with 5 points I think it's important to consider. The first one is that news, especially local news, should be considered an essential commodity. A healthy society depends on a strong and independent media sector. Social media cannot fulfill this role and sort of plug that gap. Proper journalism should always be considered not a luxury that only the wealthy can enjoy. The news needs to reflect the diversity of the community. It needs to be fiercely independent, and it needs to hold those in power accountable through objective reporting. The second point is to say that the advertising model as a main sponsor of news is broken. This model that we've used for decades to subsidize news, and especially local news, is completely broken. It's also probably beyond repair. It is simply impossible to compete for the crumbs against millions of others, which include anything from a fitness app to a social media giant. Perhaps the advertising industry should be punished for what they are currently doing. If any one of us get caught buying stolen goods, we get fined or jailed. If we buy counterfeit goods, we should feel guilty for encouraging criminal behavior. We accept that it is our responsibility to make sure that we don't buy stolen or counterfeit goods. Yet, in the advertising industry, especially with programmatic advertising, anything seems to go. If the advert appears on a site that promotes hate speech, the advertiser just argues it's not their responsibility. Maybe if the advertising industry stops financing such spreaders of clickbait and fake news, it will start to diminish. But even if the advertising industry develops some sort of conscience, it will not offer a solution to small local publishers such as us. The third point, news should be protected as a scarce commodity. By allowing news to be copied and shared without any checks or control mechanisms, it only adds to the problem. News should be treated as many other products that are the result of intellectual input. Treat news content the same as, for example, music. If you add a song to a YouTube video and you don't have the permission to do so, it will be flagged and you will be sanctioned. The same should happen if you copy and paste a news article on a platform such as WhatsApp without the necessary permission. The fourth point, create a culture of paying for content. For news to be liberated from advertising or philanthropy, it needs to stand on its own and be valued for what it is. Proper journalism needs to be appreciated as being something that adds value to people's lives. Last point, in South Africa, news needs to be subsidized. We must accept that news is an essential and valuable commodity, and not exclusively meant for those that can afford to pay for it. In South Africa, many communities are simply too poor to pay for news. To add to this, there is no culture of paying for news,
This means that someone else must step in to assist. Let me use an example. If there's a drought in the region, organizations such as Gift of the Givers and government institutions will step in to assist. The solution will not be to dump a lot of food in the center of the district. That will only lead to a situation where the biggest and the strongest grab what they can. Knowing South Africa's reputation as being prone to corrupt practices, the solution will also not lie in giving food or the money to a local business to distribute. No, the solution may lie in funding the end receiver via something like a food coupon system. Such a coupon system would allow the poor to go to specific outlets and collect what is needed to help them to survive. In South Africa, we need to look at similar models where the end user gets subsidized to purchase essential news items. In conclusion, time is fast running out for local publishers, and if things do not turn around very quickly, there will not be a Limpopo Mirror in a year or two's time. These are not idle threats, it's simply a reality. Thanks.
Thank you, Anton, for that incredible video. We are honored that we got benefited with the whole production, and welcome to the inquiry.
Thanks. From my side, I must actually start and thank you for what you've been doing. Throughout the years, I've attended many conferences. I've listened to a lot of people in the industry speak about, what they're doing, projects. And to me, this was the first very honest, straightforward sort of session. I mean, if you go to a conference, you listen to people and they never disclose numbers and they all sort of paint a rosy picture. I mean, when I listened to the Mail and Guardian presentation yesterday, I felt humbled. That was, to me, so sincere. And for the first time, it feels to me like people are really addressing the problem. Not lying about figures and saying that we've got a problem, we have to deal with it. For me, coming from local media sector, it's always been my passion. It's been where I've been sort of a local journalist for 35 plus years. And it's sort of part of my DNA. We are so much more vulnerable, where the big media groups, listening to Marula media, with those type of numbers, the small little bits and pieces can probably sort of make a difference and you can pay your bills, but it cannot do it for small media, especially ones like ours that target a very small sector of the community. But maybe just from my side, it might have been an unintended sort of cause, but what I've seen in the past 3 days is I've never seen it before in any of the big conferences.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think Paul and myself have been quite overwhelmed by the message coming from the media, that this is, maybe is an existential threat, and you're right, humbled by publications like the Mail and Guardian that have been a standard and done so much for the country, and it sounds like yours has done so much for your community over such a long period that in many respects it would be a shame. You've chronicled life in the Vemba region. Your archives is what has happened there. So, I don't know how you feel about sort of what would be lost almost if you say in 1 or 2 more years you're gone. Would someone step in, or what would happen to that community even?
I think it's not a lot of people really understand local media. Especially if you look at academic circles in South Africa, we don't even treat it as a separate part of the media. We tend to throw it in like all the others, but it's completely different. And I think that's what will be lost. Firstly, just the basic things which we touched on in the little video. someone like a Kaizen and Gavella. I mean, I've attended dozens and dozens of council meetings. Someone needs to actually attend that. Google and Facebook's not going to do that. None of your social media activists, they're going to do that. Just attending sports meetings, just small little things. But more than that, I mean, our Soutpansberger, which focuses more on the Afrikaans community, although it's more a town community, one thing that we've always been strong on is obituaries. And to me, that if you lose obituaries, who's going to write? No one on social media is going to write an obituary about you. I mean, this week we had, it's one of the true gentlemen of this region. He's a wonderful farmer. What he did for the community is actually exceptional. If it's not for us, who will write that obituary? Who will pay that last respect to them and just sort of leave something for the next generation? But I suppose, we have to face the reality. Times are changing. People consume information in a different way. And a lot of it is actually good. A lot of what we did 20 and 30 years ago is redundant. We don't need to do that anymore. Social media also allowed us to actually step towards something that is more insightful, add value to the news, not just to take the press release of the police and just print that. We, as reporters, can be so much more. The problem, of course, is, and I think it came out in many of the sessions, that, what's the worth? What is the incentive to do that? Because in the end, we're also a business, and we are quite proud of the fact that we pay the journalists and the correspondents. I think we pay them better than anyone else in this region, and that's not that is extremely good, but at least, you want to compensate them for their work, because they really work hard. They go into all areas. In the rural, the area that we serve, it's not that you get in your car and quickly go there and attend a meeting. No, most of them use public transport. It takes them a couple of hours to get to a certain community, listen to the people, wait, and then come back and, we use a small report. But that's what I'm worried about would be losing. There was a lot of sort of figures reported. In the session that I had with the members of the Competition Commission, I discussed reports. We send them our figures. The long and short of it is that with the industry, it's programmatic ad buying, where everything is going, there's no way that you can even get to close to minimum wage, and so you will lose them. Why should they continue trying to write obituaries or attend council meetings? They'll all start doing something else, and we see it. We lose a lot of good journalists.
So, Anton, you have two newspapers, but you also have Zoutnet, which is online, your website. In your discussion with the team, you spoke about the fact that there'd been a huge drop on referral traffic from Facebook. Could you just give us a sense of your online profile and then where people are coming from?
Okay, we actually have got 3 websites. I'll sort of on the sideline, if you don't mind me sort of looking sideways. The Zoutnet was the first one would be started in 1997. That was like in a small place like Lethi, I had to do it myself, but it was fun. But we tried to just have a web presence, so we combined our 2 newspapers into one website. A couple of years later, we then separated them. I bought the company in 2000, and one of the first things we did was obviously we renamed the one newspaper to the Limpopo Mirror, but that was prior to the province being called Limpopo. It was still Northern Province. So there's also a bit of confusion. People think we'd cover the whole of the province, which we don't. We just cover the most northern part, which is the Vende area. But anyway, we've got the 2, the Soutpansberger and the Limpopo Mirror, and then the Zoutnet one, it's still there. It's sort of a catch-all. So because the Soutpansberger will have Afrikaans articles, and then on the Mirror side, we also have a Tshivenda part where we translate a lot of these articles. So they've got distinctly different characters, and beside that, we just like that's a combination one. Ironically enough, if you do a Google search for some of our news, you'll always pick up Zoutnet, but you won't pick up the other two, although they they get the most visits and they're the identity. But you ask about referrals, and that is quite interesting, and it's quite a new development. About a year or so, less than a year ago, because I'm, like a lot of other people, I like my statistics, comparing the figures and see what's happening, how many views we get. Now, to give you some information there, I think you might have some of these because I did send them, but we do on average between the three papers about 200,000 page views. So let me just go to my stats, but it's around about there with probably about 60 to 70,000 unique users. On Facebook, on the Mirror, we've got almost 62,000 followers. The Soutpansberger being a really small market. I mean, like if you look at the Afrikaans market in the whole of MD area, I don't even think it's the latest census. You're not even going to get to 15,000 people. So that's not even households. So it's a very small, but it's a very loyal market. And we've been serving that market for many years and would love to continue doing that for another few decades. But deviating back to the referrals, about a year ago, the reach of Facebook would have been in the region of about 30%. It would maybe drop to 25%. In the last few months, that reach has dropped dramatically. And this morning's one, I normally take sort of gather all the info and put it together on a Thursday morning. It was the lowest ever at 4.18%. That means of the 61,430 followers that we've got on the Mirror, combined with the 7,255, that was this morning's figure, only 4.18% of them actually see the posts that we sort of put out. Now, what we do is we use social media to try and channel traffic to our websites where they can read it. We can try and monetize them, but we're not really good at that. But yes, the idea has always been, we've got all these followers who, in my view, said, no, we'd like to see what you're doing because that's why we're following you. So we said, okay, well, here are the articles that we've published. We roll it out over a 3-day period. Also, what is happening, the news follows the newspapers, sort of printing day. It sounds a bit strange, but again, in the past, we've done it slightly different with this news first sort of concept. But, online news really adds so little to our product that, we'd rather for now, where we do get money from is a printed product, we'd rather sort of protect that and then roll out the news later. And also, trying to get news that is not like only an hour or two sort of news value, which means like there's an accident on the N1, what is happening? We would rather do on the interpretation. Easier said than done, but, this is what we aspire to. But yes, the Facebook reach has gone down so low, and I mean, that's got nothing to do with us. We don't control the algorithm, that we actually reconsidering and see, should we not totally just drop Facebook? I mean, it's for 4.18%. It's a whole morning's work. And it really, I mean, it's just not worth it. But yeah, I hope that answered your questions, Paula.
I mean, Anton, I was discussing earlier that when Facebook in 2018 said that they were going to deprioritize news, what followed that was we're going to prioritize community news, because the reason we're deprioritizing news is we want to focus on community and social interactions. And what happens in your community impacts you directly. It seems what you're saying is that's not your experience. or the algorithm is
No,
not
not at
picking
all.
up that you're a community newspaper?
No, most of our traffic on the website, that's also shifted, where a year ago, a lot of that actually came from via social media. I think the latest stats, something like 43% of our traffic to the websites come direct, and then 30%, around about that, 30-something percent comes via Google. Let me just see if I can pull up more precise stats, because I actually had it somewhere here. But yes, it's changed a lot, and I mean, obviously, if it comes direct, and we're still doing the same sort of page views. I mean, now and then it drops slightly, but in general, it's much the same, which tells me people will search for us. They don't depend on Facebook or social media to channel the traffic. They're in a pattern where, okay, well, what is the news in the Mirror? And that's why the direct traffic. I mean, I've got this 43. Okay, this is last year's. I didn't do a new one, but I think it's probably been more now. I think that was last month that I did this. 43.5% was direct, and then organic search was 28.38%, and organic social 27%. So yes, it's. I don't think. Personally, I think Facebook was. Probably just simplified it, because we normally, what we do is we would do a posting, and that would be the link with a small little, just an intro about the story. And from what I understood is like Facebook to deprioritize any postings where there is a link. So we discussed it in the AIP Sustainability Committee a few weeks ago, and the advice was don't put your links in the body of your post, put it in the comments section. And, really, I don't want to play that game. And it's like, oh, no, well, now they changed this, and are we going to do this? And, we just publishers. I mean, if I put it on social media, the idea is to make it available to a community that showed interest in our product and says, well, this is it. Now you can have a look at it and read the story. And for a small publisher to try and keep up to the games that the big ones play, well, it's just impossible. So we just try and mostly stick to what we think we do fairly well.
And Anton, I mean, 28% from search, that hasn't been, from what we've seen in experience of many community. I mean, is that purely search? Are you on Google News feed, or are you on Google Discover?
Not deliberately from our side. Again, because we use multiple languages on our websites, I think they're not that discoverable. But again, as much as we try and keep up to date with technology, it's very difficult because, the whole debate about the crawlers. I mean, the crawlers slow down our sites, so we disable some of them, but you can also not disable all of them. In a lot of cases, we're reactive. In terms of this Google Discover, I've never, so someone asked me about it just early. Chandra, I think, asked me and said, I don't know, I use a very old Apple phone, so I wouldn't know if it doesn't have Google Discover. Well, I actually found out it does have it, but I never used it, and I've never seen anything like that. I do think the Limpopo Mirror and the Staponsberger websites, possibly because of the language, never really feature high on Google searches, where Zoutnet features quite regularly. I mean, if you do a search now for Vembe, or you do a search for something that had happened here, the chance of you seeing in the top 10 would be quite good. So I don't think Google treats us badly on one of the sites. On the other two, it's not really that spectacular. But it also, it's almost impossible to try and keep up to date with what's happening with technology.
Just to clarify, Anton, is Zoetnet purely English? Or is it just a
No.
combination of all the stories?
It's a catch-all with all the stories. Let's say, for instance, we per week, we would publish around about 35 to 42, 45 articles. Sometimes if something is breaking, we'd that would add to that, or, there's a specific like school event, what we'd often do is like a school event, or let's say a marathon race. We would have a photographer there, and we'll put a lot of photos on there. But we would, between 35 and 45 articles would sort of be added to the database on the website per week. But the three websites share the same database. So it's not as if they're completely separate. They pull from the same pool. In the case of the Mirror, it would basically just say, give me something that's marked Mirror, show the latest one on top, then there's categories and flags to just separate them. So the Zoetnet one it's a collectible. Everything goes in there, and it displays them as well. But it wouldn't, for instance, display the Chivenda articles, because the Chivenda articles would be displayed on the Mirror one. It can, we can just set it, but we don't do that. It's we like to treat the two websites as separate entities and sort of have their own identities. You would see, for instance, the Soutpansberger has got a quite an incredible history section, it's just one of those things which little passions when you write history articles, quite lengthy articles or series. So we keep them there, and it's but that's like almost a little bonus. You want to go to Soutpansberger, you'll get the history articles, but you won't find it in any of the other two. But they're all in the same database.
Okay. Thank you.
And maybe on that, Anton, I don't know if you saw yesterday, we had our AI data scientists from University of Pretoria talking about not just the search crawlers, but the AI crawlers and the value of the archives that exist. I mean, is that something you've been aware of, that you've thought about, and how you deal with that?
I think very much so. At the end of the presentation, I try to sort of address where I think the future of journalism, especially local journalism, is going. And to me, it's a fairly sort of new concept that, a few months ago, and saying, okay, well, where are we going? I mean, there is no way that we can attach it to the advertising model. I mean, it's even worse than I've put. I know Nathan Geffen from Ground Up and I sort of co-wrote an article that was published yesterday at Ground Up, and in there I mentioned that with programmatic advertising, I mean, you're lucky if you get 70 to 80 rand per 1,000. And then I was called by someone who deals with this and said, okay, well, Anton, you're very generous. The latest, the clients that he deals with, big clients, would offer him 30 rand per 1,000. And, that's what they would be willing to pay. That does not mean what the publisher gets. No matter how you look at it, if you want to play that game, you're going to end up with not even crumbs. It's less than crumbs of that advertising cake. Point is that I don't think that is the future. Where is the future then? See news as a necessity. If you see news as a necessity, then you can say, okay, well, this group, especially where we function, and we love the area where we operate in. I love the people. I love the whole sort of environment. It's beautiful, which means I have to cater for them. And if they cannot afford to pay for news, and I know that I need to charge for news, I need to find other mechanisms, which might be a subsidy system. In such a system, if you can say, okay, well, news has got value, people should pay for news. If they can't pay for news, we need to find something else, a sponsorship, subsidy. But news has got value. People should pay for it. Now, suddenly, you say, but okay, well, we've got a massive inventory. And someone like us can then probably use that inventory and say, well, instead of charging you 30 or 50 cents per article, which the other model, because I would favor a micropayment model, I can charge you 10 cents. We've got thousands and thousands of articles. I mean, we've got 30 years worth of articles. And since all of those dating back to 1997 sits in our database. So yes, I definitely think that inventory can be turned into something that is of significant value to us.
Yeah, and especially it seems if you're translating articles to Tsivenda, I mean, you have what, because he was talking about a match, which might assist in things like translation services or just language development.
The sad thing about the local vernacular, and to me, I've always loved languages. To me, it's such an important part of us that we must protect, and that takes effort. But the sad part is that it is not really popular. If you look at the figures on our website, we've been doing this for like the latest sort of initiative has already it's going now for a year and a half. Where a normal article, like per week, I'm saying normal on average, it would get 1,000 to 1,200 views. And that's sort of using our own sort of internal counters, not Google, which are not too bad. I think that's fairly okay. It might be a few duplication, but not much. The same article translated into Tsivenda might get 80 or 100 views. So it's not being read that frequently, or not the same sort of as with the English article. Perhaps we're not marketing it well enough. It can also be a problem. But it's definitely something that we experience, that people are not consuming news in the local vernacular. It's different in Afrikaans, though. Afrikaans is like very popular. It's probably more popular than English. But in the Tsivenda market where we do it, it's not yet where we would love to see it. But we will continue, because I think it's a process where you have to make it available and try and improve the quality. It's a living language. Then it needs to be used as a news medium as well.
I just want to go back to your point about the broken advertiser model, and I think you have an astute observation that in essence we've been flooded with inventory in the last probably 15 years online. It's completely degraded the value of inventory, and yes, your 70 rand per thousand is generous. I think we've heard it's a tenth of that the publishers are probably getting, listening to MoneyWeb and others. So I suppose the idea was scale on the size of Google and Facebook can work for you at that rate, but it's not going to work for a local community newspaper. You're trying to generate audience on social media to drive them to your website to monetize that, but it's crumbs. You're selling direct, but gradually advertisers might be migrating to what's cheaper, but there are some loyal advertisers that will stick with you. But news has value. So you said, we need to create a culture of paying. Who should pay? I don't think you feel your community can pay.
I think it's like everything else. I mean, I use the example of if there's a drought in an area or some other sort of natural sort of disaster, you would assess there and say, okay, well, we've got a situation where people cannot buy food. But the plan would not be to do that indefinitely. Well, I hope not. Hopefully it will recover. And I do believe that we can nurture a culture of paying for content. Obviously, the content needs to be good. I mean, you're not going to pay for fake news and crap. So you can nurture that. And if you look, I have got a couple of friends in the industry throughout the years, sitting in, most of them like in the US. A useful source there is the International Society for Weekly Newspaper Editors. But there are also some in Europe, and 5 to 7 years ago, they were battling with, what do we do? People are not going to pay for news. And I mean, I spoke to a friend of mine in Belgium a few months ago, and he said it's nowadays, that's sort of a standard practice. They subscribe and they pay for news. What I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's unrealistic to expect that we can also have that in South Africa, that there would be a culture of paying for news. And, it's not like people tend to think, it's like in that specific community, they don't want to pay, or that language group don't want to pay for. I think it's all of us. I admit I'm not subscribing to anything, but I think it's wrong. But perhaps if there's a model that appeals to me, then I would say, well, I don't mind. I'll put 200-300 rand per month extra. I'll put it in a little subscription model. But then I choose what I read. I'm using that as an example of a model, which I think is it's realistic. It can be achieved. But so point is, I think it can change. I think patterns can change, and I think people can sort of get into sort of a way that they say, no, I appreciate much is the same with music. I mean, maybe sort of, when I sort of grew up, we went through varsity, and, that's very, very quick to sort of copy the music onto a tape and then distribute that. But a couple of years later, you started feeling uncomfortable about that and said, I need to respect the music industry. And now, if someone tells we're just pirating music, I, for one, would feel like, listen, no, don't do that. And I think perhaps we should feel the same about content that takes a lot of time and effort to prepare. I think I do think it will be possible to create such a culture, but the in-between period, and this is the one where we're sitting now, are we going to be able to survive until that happens? Well, I don't think we will, unless something happens. And this is where I say that we need to look at something that say, okay, well, we have to finance this. We have to set up a system where someone can subsidize a person sitting in Madudunga or Chozwi village and say, okay, well, yes, I understand that you want to consume news. You need to consume news. We don't want you to just stick on social media platforms because, I mean, that's like little bubbles, and that's simply not correct. You need to expose people to proper journalism done by people who are serious about it, done by people who respect a press code, who respect the laws of the country, who's got the transparency to tell you, listen, I'm Anton van Zyl. I wrote this article. If you've got a problem with it, come speak to me, and we sort of sit and we discuss it, and, we sort it out. But yes, so where is that money going to come from? That's probably a lot of people's question. If I say, okay, well, you need to subsidize it. And partly I think this is where I see the Competition Commission also addressing that. With all, as a small publisher, you look and you see what's happened in Australia. Canada, France. Google News Initiative dumping money into a central fund will, and it's almost impossible for it to trickle down to someone like us. Yes, it can make a noise, we can probably, but what about the next one sitting in Twando or in Guyana? They not, they don't make such a lot of noise as I do. They're not going to get that money. And that money is needed for development. So the system needs to be in place that also encourage developments for the ones who are not yet in the picture now. But yeah, I might be a bit idealistic, but I think we have to try different things to move towards the future, because what we've got now is not good.
And Anton, I'm aware we're about to run out of time, but just to pick that up, because we're looking at paywalls, memberships, all of these things, which is an audience relationship. But I was quite struck by the submission by Courtney Ratch that said, well, look at radio and look at music. It doesn't work like this. You don't get a revenue share from advertising of what advert appears. You pay for the song and you pay a fixed fee for play. And then you must figure out the business model of making the radio station work on that basis. Do we need to rethink that relationship as well? Is even the revenue share, which we do see emerging in some platforms like YouTube and even Facebook for video, that revenue share of crumbs is still not going to do it, and should the value be recognized and the platforms figure out how to monetize that?
Again, a lot of the models would be fine for the ones doing the big numbers. We do not do clickbait, we do not do cat videos. We should be focusing on a really small group. And, looking at our area, the Venda area has got, I think, about 430,000 households. If you look at education levels, you look at a few other things, the market that we target, it's relatively small, but that's good. It's the way it should be. We should even be able to sort of make a living with messages in society with smaller groups. So my personal feeling is a lot of these models are only going to assist the big players. And I've got nothing against that. The big players also need to be assisted. What some of them are doing is just absolutely amazing. But I'm sort of coming with a plea from the real small messenger, saying a model needs to cater for someone who does not do the hundreds or the millions of views. It's just a quality small section of the community that we serve.
Thank you. That's a point well made. And I think, at this stage, we're just throwing ideas around. That's the benefit of a public hearing, is that what we hear from one, we can test with another. And but I think you've put across well the benefit also of a long history of serving a community and being a community's go-to for what they need when they need a voice, when they need to recognize the community and commemorate it, and so I think it's been incredibly useful for us, certainly, and thank you for that, and thank you for your insights. And I think some of the journalism that you're pushing through to the national is also interesting, because it shows exactly like your lotteries, that things happen in these communities that are also of national interest. Is the publication Izwe Lomphakhati, and we've got Langelile Chagwe, who's joining us, and hopefully soon, from KwaZulu-Natal. welcome back. And we have Langalihle Chagwa from Izwe Lomphakhati joining us from KZN. I believe you've had a storm come through. But welcome, Langalihle. Just checking that you can hear me.
Yes, I hear you.
My name is James, and I'm joined here by Paula Frey, and we constitute the panel for this inquiry. But thank you very much for making yourself available, and also, despite the challenges of the weather, making it for this session.
Yes.
We had asked you to join just to share some of your experience as a isiZulu community newspaper operating in the Newcastle area. I don't know if you wanted to start by giving us a little bit of context about Izwe and the community you serve.
Izwe Lomphakhati was established immediately after the COVID-19 pandemic. The fact of creating Izwe Lomphakhati is to disseminate information regarding about the community around us, what they need, their wants, and the audience is all age groups. What I'm saying is that I'm having more than 21 years experience working for various newspapers. So the fact of the matter is to disseminate information about what is happening around the community which I served. I worked for, as I said, I work for various newspapers like Sowetan, The New Age, Northern Natal Courier, Daily Sun, the other community newspapers as well, because I established my own newspaper. Are you still there?
Yes, we're still here. Carry on.
Yes. So the fact of the matter is I decided to apply for compensation commission because I needed funding. What I needed for that funding is that to create job opportunities and to disseminate information, because people, they have to know what is happening around them. So another issue, another factor of the matter, as I said, the Izwe Lomphakhati is the paper which catered all age groups, youth, cultural. Then we also promoted the indigenous language as well. Because why I'm saying so is that people, they need to understand what is being written, because we write their English, we write their language which they understand. Hello?
Yeah. So, Langalihle, can I just ask, I mean, you put this in after the COVID pandemic. You have made it isiZulu for the community. I mean, did you feel that community was not being served and not being served in their language, and this is why you wanted to start it?
What I'm trying to say is that the community need to understand what we are talking about, because what is happening around them. I decided to open the news with their own language, so that even that's why I'm saying it caters all age groups, because even grannies, even all those people, they should understand and learn what they will be understanding, rather than if I write something, a story about somebody else who does not even understand what I'm talking about. That's a language which will understand better than other languages. Like, for instance, if I take, for instance, as a SABC is having all languages. SABC is in Zulu, there's Metro FM, there's Ikwenkwezi and other stuff. But all the languages, even a vendor, they understand what maybe if there's news in Siswati, there's news in, they understand the language.
Angelique, congratulations on the product, and I understand that you've got the website, which has got quite a lot of stories, and I see the stories are quite varied. You've got the floods, you've got campaigns in schools, you've got community news, things that are happening, you've got opportunities for matrics to rewrite their exams and everything. So really quite important stories for the community you serve. I wonder if we could talk a little bit about how you're able, I mean, you publish an 8-pager, I think, a printed publication. Where are you getting funding from? What is your business model?
At the moment, I'm not having a funding. That's why I did apply to the Compensation Commission, because what I did do, I did try to apply to MDPMI, the Diversity and Development Agencies. Then I was roped in by SANEF because I've quite having a lot of experience, because as I said, I work with so many media houses. Northern Natal News, Newcastle Advertiser, Caxton newspapers. The fact of the matter that what transpired me to ask for the funding is that I'm not yet funded by any funders. That's why I'm looking forward to get a funding so that printing, distribution, and I'm still intending to hire youth, especially those graduates who doesn't know how journalists works, how journalists will go around, what is the need and purpose. My audience is that each and every person understand what is the role of the media in South Africa, because we're in the fourth industrial transformation. So that when we're here in that fourth industrial, we were always to get informed about what is happening around us. Because what I believe in is that journalism transformed the new South Africa, because there are so many media houses which were there to develop South Africa, because now we are in the upcoming general elections. If you understand that each and every person, they must understand that we go out and interview people, because there are all the political parties are going for manifestos. Manifesto is something you tell the people what we have. So we need to cover all those stories. Even IEC must understand and clear that we are covering all the things, because we're in a democratic country.
So certainly one of the things that this panel is trying to do is to really look at the state of media in terms of its online presence and what can be done in order to make media more sustainable, the impact of the platforms and the way we have to use the platforms in order to reach our audiences. Why is being online so important for you and your audience, Langelihle? What do you think you're bringing online that isn't there at the moment?
What I could say is that everything is in digital platform right now. So we're phasing out DTE, we're phasing out newspapers because everything is online. Because what I'm looking at, people, they need to read the recent news. Like for instance, the breaking news. They should have to know about what is happening at that particular time. Because, in the print media, maybe I myself, I used to publish on a monthly basis, depending on the advertising space. But if something is happening now, they need to get that information at the right time, at the right place, knowing them, informing them, dissemination information at that particular time. Because if I can write a story which happened today, I will write it tomorrow, it will be not in the public interest.
Angelica, you're part of the South African National Editors Forum's digitalization project. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience there and what you're hoping to be able to get out of it in terms of making sure that your publication is competitive and able to actually get money in order to survive online?
What I will say, as I'm a partner of SANEF, to me, SANEF, they did very well to me because training, and then they develop my website, they develop anything, because SANEF is being run by the senior editors, like for instance, Regimalusi. He was a part and parcel of the I know before it was Matata Tsedu, all those people, I'm happy because they engage us. And then
Angelica, are you still there?
Through the project, which was successful, then I'm wishing all those people maybe who can be engaged or being trained and then develop the website. Because as I've said, that the website in nowadays, we are no longer going to be able to print because we are all phasing out everything. Everything is online because you can read the story at the same time. You can even, like for instance, as we say, social media like Facebook, Twitter and stuff, you get YouTube and stuff. You can get the answers at the very same time.
Angelica, what are you focusing on? Are you focusing on keeping the website updated and up to date, or are you focusing on social media?
I'm focusing on keeping my website updated because social media, as I've said, is that you need to be updated each and every day, each and every time. As soon as you get a story, you must upload it right on a website.
And I see on your website that you've got a big campaign to try and attract advertising. Could you tell us more about that and what kind of advertisers you've been approaching and what their response has been?
What I could say, I'm still trying to generate a traffic of the readers. And then if we advertisers, the target audience, I'm targeting each and everybody who can advertise based of an advertising space. At the same time, generating a revenue. But the advertisers I'm looking at, I'm not specific because even government people, I'm approaching them because I've got proposal, I've got everything to try and market my newspaper as well, together with a website. Because my website, I'm still trying to generate a traffic like, for instance, those municipalities, they understand that they have to advertise in my newspaper because I'm saying we're talking about economic development upliftment. So as I'm a publisher, I'm always just engaging the all the government spheres to place adverts in my newspaper. Even though small businesses, I've got their price list as well. So if you want to place an advert, you place it like in this amount. Then I'm always telling the people what is the importance of advertising. Because you said how many people they know your business? Do you have the clients or the limit of the clients? That's why I'm always trying to tell the business people that advertising is important.
Absolutely. Could you speak a little bit then about how you intend to use social media to drive people to your website?
At the moment, let me say, like, to driving the people to my website is that I have to make them aware and to boost my revenue. Meaning that I have to put everything, it's YouTube, it's Facebook, WhatsApp and stuff. Driving the community to the website because I've got some groups as well where I used to chat with. But driving the people to all the social medias is that I'm still trying all my level best to engage them using all the social media platforms as the transformation so that there's nobody who should be left out. There's nobody who's going to not reading or seeing what is happening around here because according to myself, media educates, media transform, media
Are you still there, Langalihle?
Our connection with Langalihle is just frozen, so we're hoping to return him soon. We seem to have lost Langalihle, but certainly I think the experience, Paula, that we're seeing the challenge of community media in the digital age, just a decent connection seems to be problematic, and obviously for many of the community as well, but this is the reality, I suppose.
Yeah. And I think it's something that we often don't think of. I mean, this is not the only community media who's had this issue since we've started. But also, when you think about things that you can monetize, like video, etc., very often those aren't. I think it was Anton who said you're dealing with 2G, and so very often those options don't feel very attractive in the communities that you serve.
And I think what we have seen as well, and you put into a question, is there is a SANEF digitalization project, and it has two focus. The one is digitalize on the news gathering front to improve the news gathering, but it has the flip side of finding new revenue streams, new audiences for community media. But the website has no advertising, and I suppose the difficulty of attracting traffic to that website was what Langalihle was talking about. And we have heard, though, that attracting organic search when you're in a vernacular language is difficult, near impossible.
I think today has been particularly interesting against the backdrop of us seeing mainstream media in the first 2 days, to see the variety of community media, not only in terms of content, but also in terms of business models today, and the challenges that they're having.
Absolutely, and I think all of them seems to be battling, and some have done better than others. Their communities they serve may be wealthier, and more willing to donate or more able to donate, but those that are less able, there is a timeline. But something like the Limpopo Mirror that has this massive history, and has been online before Google, that they are facing a 1 or 2 year horizon at most, I think is a frightening prospect, and brings home that this is now fairly serious, and we may be standing on the edge of a cliff. So, but we have unfortunately completely lost Langalihle now, and so we'll see if at another point we can pick it up with him. But otherwise, that's the end of the day. And tomorrow we will return to big media, and two very different models, I suppose. We start with Arena Holdings, of course, home to the Sunday Times, the Business Day, the Financial Mail, some of the real blue chip publications in the South African context. And then move on to Daily Maverick, which is a digital native, and has been successful in building its audience and its presence. But we'll hear from both how digitalization has impacted them and on some of the issues that we face. But with that, we end the fourth day of the hearings, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.